Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Welcome each and all. It's November 7th, 2021, and this is the Cash Corona Telegram meeting in English. We call it the North American team. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, and I'm joined by Alex Skork, who will be doing a presentation today, and many other knowledge seekers from around the world. We are moving into the one planet, one nation, one race for world peace and justice, I notice people have been adding lately. And so we all feel, and we are all welcome in all the meetings, public meetings, or even some private meetings around the Keshe Foundation. So always feel free to join, and you can find these locations in perhaps Facebook, or if you're a private student, you do have a schedule. But there's many public meetings throughout the week, whether it's Africa or Brazil or Mexico or Germany or even the Dutch and so on. I don't know of many of the Chinese meetings, but there's also a meeting in Farsi as well. So you can find that out just by asking another and getting the public Zoom room number and become part of it. Even if you don't even open your mic or you don't understand the language, the soul understands exactly what's transpiring. And Mr. Keshe always refers to, you don't always have to speak because there's what we call a silent line of communication, which I think we'll be coming to know more and more as we start to really get an upgrade for everyone on this planet. I'm sure it's going to start out slowly, but it's definitely going to increase. So where everyone will be sharing the knowledge of the Creator and the understanding of the universe, the creation process, and more about ourselves. So let's go into the, let's see, I didn't have a lot of time to prepare for this meeting, but we're going to do the best we can with what we have. And of course, the audio doesn't always like to start. And just to say, we're going to continue into the store, I believe, but the pictures you're seeing, I think you'll be seeing them in real time and experiencing them yourself up close and personal. We see the flag there, and I know Mr. Kesh said the only flag will be the flag of peace. And that's where we're going here. But some of these pictures you see of the Earth from, let's say, the space station and others, we are going to be able to view these and view more of the beauties around the universe as we start to move on this planet and around our galaxy and our universe. So it's so exciting. It's beyond the imagination, as Mr. Kesh keeps reminding us of us. And these are some of the things you'd only see in science fiction movies, but now you're going to be a player in that movie, and it's no movie, it will be the reality.
Innovative, revolutionary, stellar development, purest universal knowledge. In a transformative, futuristic design. The Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. The very first new evolutionary spaceship technology has been rolled out for mass production. Our Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit is constructed from high-quality materials carefully selected by our team of experts. Embedding the essence of the new GANS plasma science and technology, it uses collective plasma field technology for changing and enhancing the environment of the body of the man. This new plasma enhancement changes the environment of the body to allow it to return to its natural balanced energetic condition, as in the womb of the mother, allowing every cell in the body of the man to find its natural original field strength balance. The shape and field distribution in this new space plasma technology replicates the inner structure of the universe and replicates the balance fields from which the man was created at the point of inception in the womb of the mother, not only receiving balance in the physical, but also in the emotional sense too. For the first time in the history of man, a system has been developed and delivered which not only enhances the physical body of the man, but also enhances the emotional part of the user of the system, hence reducing and eliminating many problems that could not be solved in the world of science, to bring the body of the man into near perfection, as at the time of birth. This new spaceship technology can be within the reach of every man today and can be ordered by medical practitioners, sports specialists and healthcare centres. The Universal Enhancement Spaceship Unit, the future you have been waiting for, is here. The journey from space to spaceship technology has started. Every order is subject to a contractual agreement and might require additional accessories priced separately for applications according to each case. You can order or contact us at office@at.kfm.global for additional information.
And as Mr. Kesh said, if we knew what these units would do, you would give your life for them. That doesn't mean you have to dispose of yourself, but like a lover or anything else, you would give everything to be part of that. And I just picked up on that recently in one of the comments Mr. Kesh made, I think in the question and answers. So these things are way more powerful and elevating than we even realize. I think when we start experiencing them, we'll have a much closer idea of actually what Mr. Kesh has been teaching us and telling us about these systems. And of course, there's many, many systems. We have this universal body enhancement system, but yesterday he said, if you took off the controls on this particular system here, let's see, no, I messed it up. Okay, if I went, let's see. If we went back here, he said the front of this can actually, this part here can be taken off, and this will be the flight enhancement. And of course, it can be expanded, and over the years, the platform will be expanded. And I think in the coming time, we'll see some of these expansions. Of course, he said you have to also increase the ability of the reactors to compensate for this expansion. But I think, as he said, we're delivering this, but also man is going to be developing this system as well. So let's see if we can go into this next little clip. Any comments on these systems? I know we have the vertical enhancement, the horizontal enhancement system, which is built into the universal unit as well. So depending on how they're set, they can do a multiple activities, and multiple things can be achieved through these systems. But it basically comes down to the elevation of the soul of physicality and the soul of the man. So once we start using these systems, and hopefully we can make them available for everyone. I know Mr. Kesh said yesterday that they'll be producing, probably beginning next year, about 50 units a month, or was it a week? I think it was a week. So there's going to be 2 locations in Iran and in China where these are being manufactured, at least at this point. Now, Lisa in the Australian group has put together a beautiful video, and I think we should look at that, as well as the one Ed has made as well on the horizontal unit. So we will be seeing that. And again, these systems are beyond our imagination, but I'm pretty sure we'll start to give testimonials in the very, very near future. I'm looking forward to the veterans' testimonials when they receive the units in Arizona. For the some of them are dedicated exclusively for the veterans in the wars that's going on. Even though they've stopped fighting the war in their mind continues. So we're going to be hearing a lot of testimonials, or a rebalancing that's going on in the lives of the veterans. Many of them are homeless, and many of them have not been able to overcome this emotional imbalance that fighting in war and the things men have to do in those situations are unspeakable, but they still live within your mind.
Specifically, the topic which we want to carry on with in the teaching of today in a little bit more in depth. And I would like, Rick, if you could play the recording, the part of the last week's teaching, and then we'll build on it. We'll go in more detail. Have we got the tape ready to go?
Yes, it's called A New Tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, here we go.
In the world of creation, we had the two extremes, except in the case of the Creator and Mitra, where we could never bring the functionality of the soul within the functionality of physicality. We had the physicality hidden within the soul, or soul within the physicality, or in conjunction of the two, one would never have the understanding of the totality, where we could transit but exist in both directions. With the new cycle, this is what Einstein said: when you turn one atom, the other atom changes. This new dimension will blow that field which commonly exists between all the cells of the universe into that position, which means all the created things, as a gift from the Creator in a way, become able to transmute between the two dimensions. There's a reason for this, and it's taken a long time for it to be done, and it has reached its pinnacle and it will be completed. It's already in the process of being completed. Was to take from the essence of the soul of every created things of the time, beginning of time, an essence of the creation of the soul or the center, and create a new creature which carries all the essence of the created in the new soul, which can with it go from the soul of the Creator to the soul of physicality of Mitra. This is what the whole knowledge is. The Creator is the universe, and Mitra the dimension of physicality and its behavior towards the dimension of physicality. And with a new system, every creature in the universe will have the understanding of the capability to transmute between the two. This has a lot of implication for all races in the universe, because now they all become the same. In the coming time, we will see even change in the position of galaxies, position of universes. Many systems will move due to the changes which has been brought. Man doesn't have that knowledge as such to monitor, but we'll have the knowledge to see, we'll have the time to see that with the new fields, as we call it, a lot of things will move in the right position to keep that ability to change between the two. That you don't need to kill to keep the physicality going, you don't need to steal, and the soul does not need to be engaged or to escape, to be out on its own, to be able to confirm its existence. And this this process will complete very soon. That the whole of universal community will be able to have the benefit of the two, both in the dimension of energy or matter, which never existed. When we released the soul, we had to get rid of the physicality. You call it death. When we brought the soul, you had to give it the physicality, and you go through the dimension of the birth, and then you have the whole commotion of bringing the two. With a new system, both soul and the soul of physicality work together in the existence of dimension. We expect a massive change in the physical characteristics of human race in the coming century, because we change into the emotion of the physicality. The way, as I said many times, but many never understood, Indians and Pakistanis were the same. till one chose to take different kind of energy in the other one, and we see change of the feature. Now, with the balance between the soul of the man and the soul of the skeleton man, many of us will change feature without a shadow of a doubt. Man will change the faces of anger, man will change the faces of hate, man will change the face of warmongering, because we get satisfied in the fields of it. And this is part of what will be and what has already started, and the completion of will be the birth of Mitra. Physical completion of birth of Mitra in a physical dimension, not in myths. And then we have the soul of the creator, which the two will complete the cycle. And then, as I said very recently to one of the listeners, then we'll see if Adam will eat from the apple of love and giving it. And then we'll see how humanity will change. And the whole creation will change. We are at the verge of that change. Much, much closer than anybody could think of, not only a human race.
How beautiful is that? Everything you wished for, well, hopefully you wished for, and all the problems that you see, we're going through an entire upgrade, not only humanity, but the entire universe and Unicos. We want to thank Jim and Lisa and elevate all the souls in Australia and all the other places where they're just being pushed down. So we know what's coming. You basically have a front row seat, and this is like a news flash. Although some of us may doubt that this could ever take place, but the Creator never loses, and what he's promised to deliver will be delivered and will be seen through, that everything happens just as the way it's described. And he said over the next 100 years, man will change in a tremendous amount. Probably the physicality will change. We know the emotions will change. The emotion of greed, the emotion of hatred, the emotion of warmongering and war, he said. All these things will change. It's a total new, it's almost like if you've seen any of these television programs where they take an old house and they completely refurbish it and make it look like something that you can't even imagine happened. Well, take that times a million. And this is what's about to happen throughout the Unicos. So you're all part of it. You can all participate in it. And that's probably why your souls have brought you here, because they've agreed that this is what you want to do, and this is what you want to help to do, to basically balance the universe out. All of us will be able to move from the dimension of physicality to the dimension of energy and back. And it's so beautiful. Would anyone like to add anything to this? We're going to hear Mr. Kesh explain it a little bit more in detail in next. But if anyone would like to open their mics and maybe share with us what they're thinking or experiencing, please feel free. He's prepared you for what's coming, and now we're on the pinnacle of it, he said. So you've all had a clue or some sort of inkling of what's about to take place. And thank you for being a part of it.
From what we heard and from what we see, Many of us up to now in different part of the teachings have been taught, have been informed, have been brought to see gradual process of the change of the humanity. In a hidden way, in the Keshe Foundation teachings, and in a hidden way, in introducing the enhancement units, we have started this process. We have started the process of transition from the point of living in one dimension. As you remember, when we showed the enhancement units, most of them live in two dimensions, especially the body enhancement unit. This unit is so fundamental, is so beautiful, if the humanity understand its power and its capability. When you look at the enhancement unit, what is inside, what is on the wall, is the fields of the matter state of the man, but at the same time feed back to the man in the center. Man, being the creator thing, has still become the center of creation itself, where the field of the plasma from the center feeds out, and at the same time, when the outside feeds in. In a way, the totality of the shell becomes the creator, the feeder. And then the body of the man in the center, as a matter state of physicality, becomes the receiver. That's what we call the Adam and Eve. But both live within each other, and both allow one to be part of each other to exist. In a way, we have started understanding the two dimensions, but now we can explain it in more detail. We can go into the details of understanding how it's come about, what's the process, what the purpose. When you look at the enhancement unit, it's so beautiful if you could realize the beauty of it. You see, we have many reactors sitting around and being on it. The reactors will allow the whole system to be the creator, the part of creation. The system becomes, in a way, a new dimension, a new process. And the whole structure changes, as we can see, as we understand. In that process, what we see is that you have many reactors sitting around the body of the system, as we see. And these, each one gives one and some of its fields to the body. In so many ways, we have created the love of creator within the structure of the physicality of the man. When you hear in the teachings that we bring a new dimension, where the position of the galaxies, the position of the body of the man will change, is the truth about what is to come. In the dimension of the creation, we always look at things in a different way than what we could and what we should have. When we talk about Mitra, what has happened, Mitra? Why is the new cycle that all the races of the creator across the universe and unicos move into the position of not consuming, but connecting. By connection, receiving what they need. When the Creator created Mitra for love of his life, to have a lover, to have a partner, Mitra never took dimension of physicality. Mitra always stayed in the dimension of fields and energies of the Creator, the same as the Creator. In that process, when it came to understand what we call the love of the creation, Mitra over time has gone through every string of the fields of the universe, and it's taken the best of all, whatever that could be, beauty of the eye, beauty of the soul, beauty of whatever, and in that totality has brought that position of the creation of Mitra in the dimension of physicality. So when Mitra appears amongst man in the dimension of physicality, she has the beauty and the knowledge of the universe within her, which means through it, she's connected to a new dimension, that she has the power to be both in the dimension of physicality and the dimension of the soul of the Creator as energy. In a way, when we introduced the vertical system a couple of weeks ago, was the beginning of the introduction and this work to change the man from the energy of the Creator to the dimension of transmutation, transportation to the physicality of the man in another dimension. In a way, man now has the knowledge as Creator has given to him to be, as he said, I made man in the image of myself. But from now on, that image is free, it is, it will be, and shall be, even in the knowledge of the Creator. This is the beauty of the very simplifying the knowledge in systems, and very much simplifying everything that every man and every creature in the universe can understand. This is what we said, when you go through space, you don't need to know the language, as you are in totality connected to every language of the universe, which the Mitra has brought and has made sure any new generation will receive the same. We have brought the knowledge of the universe in very simple systems, from man to frog leap, to jump across without going through more rigmaroles of religions and all sorts to understand Imango. In a way, mankind now has the knowledge, the same as what Creator has released across the universe. Man does not need to be educated in classrooms, and man does not be educated with anything else. The Creator is peaceful, so no being across the universe shall ever kill. In a way, when you hear in the tape, when we say that there will be huge changes in the even position of the stars and galaxies, then you will understand very clearly why and how. When we change the soul of the man, when we elevate the soul of the man to be able to interact with all the fields of the universe, would man ever kill again? As he has what he needs, access to the language, access to the knowledge of the universe, access to every energy that it guarantees his survival, then the fundamental changes we discussed before will come into operation. As there is a new dimension, would the man needs the digestion system? Would the man need the mouth? Would the man needs the eye to see? Would the man need the breathing system? When it manifests itself in the dimension of physicality. And then, as the physicality of the man changes, and all the fields of the universe go through the same balance, would the galaxies will stay the same position that allows the creatures in their process of life consume other things or destroy other things. So we understand the fundamental change has started. In a way, what the Creator wanted, that the humanity to become a peaceful man, the humanity has become part of the universal community, and peace has become part of the man.
Okay, let's stop it there. So it looks like the Creator has wanted man to be peaceful and the rest of the universe to be peaceful, but it never was manifested per se. Yes, in some and many, we've shown peace to one another, but we've never gotten to the point where we can reach the level of the Creator and or the knowledge of the Creator. So now it looks like this whole makeover for the entire universe, I don't even think we can even grasp what's about to, or this process, he said, is about to start. So many beautiful things. Maybe people you've been unhappy with, you'll become happy with, and many of the sorrows we see will start to disappear on this planet. I know these systems are so far advanced, and again, for feeding people and for doing so many things, but basically it's the elevation of the soul. So there's a whole process. I don't know, he's hidden many things from us and revealed many things to us as well. But this is just a unique time in the creation of the entire Unicos, and we are here and witnessing it and can become part of it if you so choose. I think you're going to become part of it anyway, because these fields are blowing across the universe and across this planet. It's almost like if Mitra went around the universe and she was gathering a bouquet and she picked the most beautiful part of this flower or this genome, and then another one, and just brought them all together in the most beautiful bouquet you've ever seen and presented it to the Creator to then give to the entire Unicos. I don't know if anyone would like to share their thoughts, but those are some of my thoughts. Dan, you're saying you see the small picture. What does this mean?
I say when you are playing the video, in certain time it's a small picture in the screen, but after it's making bigger normally.
It went back to normal. Yeah, I know these computers seem to have a mind of their own. Sometimes, as I said earlier with the telegram, it wouldn't come on today for some reason. I didn't do anything different. So yes, there's a lot of buttons and a lot of settings, and sometimes the upgrades cause things to happen. But again, what a beautiful time. And so all of us can contribute to this even right now with the what we call the Dome of Peace. And I know Stefania has popularized, as well as the Dome of Peace, the One City, One Center project, which can bring some of these units into your location. I was wondering, I was going to ask Mr. Kesh, if you were a mayor of a small town and you really didn't have any money, but you had 5,000 people in the town, would he take an IOU? Because you know the processing will be a fee, of course, and that way the system can be paid for. Or perhaps they're going to take it through the conventional medical routes of some of these large manufacturers who already have their medical connections established and insert it that way. But of course, the price would go up on these, and I imagine the price of processing would also go up. I am not sure about that, but I'd love to see it everywhere, from the Amazon up to the Arctic and down to Antarctica as well. We all need some sort of processing, but it's a beautiful time. And again, you have a VIP seat. This is a news flash, as I said, of what's about to come. We always look for people to predict the future or wondering what's going to happen in the future. And now we know. The whole thing is going to become, hopefully, heaven. Mr. Kesh said when we finish with this place, it'll be a beautiful, beautiful place. Not that it isn't already. This is the most beautiful place in the matter state, as I understand it, in the universe, but it's going to be enhanced. As we see, all these systems are called enhancement systems. And the enhancement has to do with the two souls coming together and to create the love of the creator in all of us, even stronger than we have now, much stronger, I'd say. Any comments from anyone, or is this just a little shocking? None of us should be shocked because we've been around the foundation for a long time. And I played the 405. Many of us have seen this already, but as we know, we can go through these workshops many, many, many times and get new knowledge out of it each and every time we go through there. But I played it because many people may hear this presentation that don't actually listen to the Knowledge Seekers workshops. And hopefully it'll create an interest or start a little spark in them that will want them to learn more. As Mr. Kesh said, I've created a temple of knowledge in your heart and in your soul, and that's all that counts.
Hello, my dear Mark. Can you hear me?
Yes, Shweta. Thank you.
Oh, it is not shocking, Mark. It is so beautiful. You presented this beauty, and this is, I send you a whole heart full of a bucket of flower to you, my dear Mark.
Thank you.
This is so beautiful. And I will say that the experiences we are having, we are going to have, is out of, I will say, beyond comprehension in a way,
Yes.
but the enhancement of what we are now, that is the way. You know, as a housewife, what I do is plan, in the present, I plan for tomorrow. And in this transition time, the energy is so working in beauty and totality. The next day, I do the same thing I planned, and that was now. And that is the beauty that is happening. And when you create a star formation, it becomes a shining, shimmering like gold in a way, and you enter it as we created it. We create it like that. So this is the beauty. I will say my Messiah, Shriman N.K. has given to everybody. All the hard work of Keshav Foundation, and the flag is beautiful. Thank you, Mark. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shweta. And
Salam.
Shweta is a member of the Universal Council. I was wondering, would you encourage people, if you could, to, and again, this is the leading of your own soul to become a member of the Universal Council. And of course, you have to be vetted, but no one is chosen per se by the
Yes.
Keshe Foundation to be a Universal Council member. It's your own soul that leads you. Perhaps, Shweta, you could share something about that. I know in the United States, we did have a Universal Council member, but we don't have one right now. And I know this is the interface between the universal community and the community here on Earth and many other things. I know Mr. Kesh said he wanted the Universal Council members to get somewhat involved in the 5+1, at least in some negotiations about the flight system and laying down some rules. So if you would you just share something about the Universal Council and how people can get involved as a Universal Council member or a Universal Council supporter?
Yes, yes, of course, my dear Mark. It's just as it is not about chosen or you have chosen. It is the level of understanding. As we know, as our dear beautiful teacher Alex always teaches, that the DNA, the hormone sequencing, it comes with the essence of the soul when we are born, and it carries that way, you know, in the level of understanding. And the baggage, we came in this world and the baggage is created, as we all know, but little by little we detach this baggage out of us, even knowingly, sometimes unknowingly, because sometimes we thought we are very revolutionary and we are doing this and that, but that is also a kind of detachment happening, and an anger and an emotion, all the field strength going on, and you are going in between these, understanding where to stand and where to be in positioning, as now I can tell. And now, as you are here, you are here with all the stars, all the beautiful souls. This is just happens. And the way is like this, there's no such thing you have to follow. There's but just you have to be within you in peace. I was the most unpeaceful person. I mean, maybe I was doing good, but hurting somebody. But in the way, what I said is, even now, what I do, as I understand how to be in peace, I was a very angry person sometimes, as what I say, there was condition because of that. But then what has happened is, now what I do is, many negative, I will say negative, who's I don't uh, pretty understand them, and they don't understand me, still talk with me and try to see an arrow to see how much I have got the injury. But what I say, I always say, okay, yes, of course, yes, oh, beautiful, yes, of course I will do. But I know I will never do that. But I don't have to say that always. This is the within me, preparing for myself for the plan, how to interact with each other. This is the beauty of, as we are all universal being, just we have to understand that this is the way we have now came in this process of unified field, and we understand that we are a part of the creator. He has created us in his image. So a kind of kindness that we never thought was, a kind of truth that was never there, a kind of love that has never experienced, a kind of care that has never given, is very to be understand by all beings in this, I will say, in this universe, and especially in this on earth, as we say, as the earth has formed. And we also know this experience of being here in the timeline. Everything decays in the timeline. But if we ascend, I mean, kind of enhance ourselves, the timeline becomes non-visible, and it doesn't, you don't experience that anymore. So even Earth is in a timeline, in a stable state. Everything that is stable becomes stable, is meant to be destroyed, or meant to be uncreate, to create the new. So this is what happening, and this is how we are all coming here one by one, experiencing this. So in this way, I have experienced my soul journey to Keshe Foundation, and as a Universal Council, you can say, but especially I will say, as a knowledge seeker, I was given so much that my heart always felt that, and filled with joy and happiness. And this is what this, and I have never seen anywhere this knowledge of the Creator as told in free interdependently. So this is what we have to understand, all of us. The truth is, we are the nature, and if we wish to create, it will create. This is my experience of
Yes.
being.
I often think of India and the beautiful people of India, and they're highly intelligent, but they're seeking gods and goddesses in all these different forms and shapes. I know Mr. Kesh said India has been an anomaly to the Kesh Foundation. There's just so many people seeking so many different ways, but they're trying to find something, aren't they? And I think
Yes.
you're going to have so much elevation in India that
Yes, I
with
have
everybody,
elevated.
yes.
Yes, I have elevated because of this. The soul elevation came because of this trauma of thousands of layers, and people lost in it. The beings are lost,
Yes, yes.
they are lost. And I have to pull them out. We all have to pull them out from this level of uh, uh, belief systems, so much that we kind of, the knowledge that we have has gone, and it has arrived from everywhere, but the people of India mostly have lost this knowledge, like a lost tribe, but it will be gaining a position again. I wish for that. And people of India as a community must be in a peaceful position now, I will say, because as dear Dr. Gatua says, if you everything you see through now, and this is the, yes, the kindness, the love, and all this comes. Yes, we have been in severe traumas and all, but this is the way human have to act, with love with each other, not to give and throw an arrow to see the depth of injury to the other. It can be very fatal. So this is what I want to say, that kindness is very beautiful and love is very beautiful. And as said by universal being, Shriman Mtkesh, my Messiah, my soul, I'll say, our soul, this is the beauty and totality we are in now. So I will use the physical word, fortunate we are all. Thank you, my dear Mark. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Salam, namaste, salute.
Yes, and it's going to be a beautiful place wherever we travel on this planet as this process continues. It's going to be a very friendly place. It's almost like you're going to be with family members wherever you
Yes.
go. And Mr. Kesh had mentioned the Forbidden City in China a couple of times. And he had noticed that someone had left a briefcase there or some sort of folders or something. And they said to him, don't worry, no one will even touch it. That's the kind of respect people will start to have for one another, where they'll understand correct behavior. And it's just going to be like visiting your family, whether you go to India, China, Australia, or wherever you go. It's going to be a very beautiful, beautiful place to be.
Oh, yes, of course. That is the, but as you are saying, I'm feeling the joy, Mark. Thank you. Yes, we can see, I can also see the cities in the sky as we are manifesting the bridge. So this is the beauty we will be in, and we will be with our family, with our broad family, in peace, loving each other, doing our own things. I like to stitch clothes. I like do pottery. I like do this. I can do that. No one will disturb me anymore. So this is the
Yes.
beauty.
Yes, leisure time we're going to have a
Yes.
lot more time as we continue into this. And he said, we may even get bored. We're going to have so much leisure time on our hands. But
Yes,
isn't it
we-
beautiful that the knowledge and is uniting because wherever you go, you talk about GANs, they'll know. You talk about other systems, they'll understand. And
Yeah.
even through the universal community, that we're going to understand and even create new souls with them. So this is so far fetched. I mean, you could make the best blockbuster movie just with what we're understanding and how Earth and the universe has changed.
Yes. Oh, obviously. Mark, you are saying
Thank
so
you.
that thank you. Thank you for sharing the joy,
Yes.
happiness, and the
Yes,
beauty.
it's been my wish for a long time to see peace on this planet, but I didn't know we were going to go much, much, much farther, much farther than I ever imagined. I
Thank
just wished for peace and that everyone could live as with some dignity and so on and so forth on this planet, but I didn't know there was a much, much bigger plan.
Oh, yes, same here. Yes, we are present, the wish. That is the beauty. Thank you, my dear Mark. Thank you so much.
Anyone else? want to add something. I see, Alex, you've come in now. Dan has advised me on your second system. And we'd like to allow recording on the second system or anything.
It's
all
already
set?
done.
Okay.
And thank you so much. And I'm ready to go whenever you are.
Okay, why don't we go ahead with you at this point, unless anyone else would like to add from their thoughts or what's being impressed upon you right now that's coming to you. Let's give the panelists, the participants, a couple extra minutes or so, whatever they need. And then we'll go right into your presentation. And of course, we will cover the Dome of Peace, I guess, near the end, and the one city, one center, a little bit of that as well. So does anyone want to add anything else about what they've seen or heard, or how this knowledge has made an impression on you?
Mark, it's only the one question. It's stored to my mind. We, like nano coating beings, we are by creating in the middle of the water, field of the water outside of us and inside of, or because when I make the bath, I thinking I have the water in, I have the water out, like in the cup. I am the nanocot in outside, like a skin. The question is, I create like a cup, plasmatize the fields by fields in the middle, or I am manifesting because of a field from outside and inside. Okay, it's shortly. And perhaps it's colleague with the today lesson of Alex. I don't know, but I put the question.
Thank you, Dan. And we know all the created things in the universe are going to be able to move in these two dimensions. We know Mr. Keshet said there were 5 dimensions. Man is only familiar with one and starting to be familiar with a second dimension. But the entire creation is going to be able to move from physicality to energy and back to physicality and back to energy as you choose. So again, beyond the science fiction movies that we've seen, he said. Thank you, Dan. Alex, if
hello.
Hello, Mernez. Yes.
Hello, everybody. Mernaz, UC support, Farsi. When you said that you could never imagine that we go so fast, I remember Mr. Kesh saying it's a party is ready for us. There are others working for this birthday party or party. And I think men is, we are so proud of being very pragmatical. I believe in what I see, Cartesian, things like that. We forget that everything which is not seen and touched exists. Everything from my thought and my talk, even though there is nobody around, creates an effect somewhere else.
Yes.
And that made humanity do the things that because he doesn't know that it exists, it makes effect other places. He does it in his close club or friends. And they have been doing it for hundreds of years. It works and they continue. Except that when we talk about plasma for creating a balance, one is gravitational and one is magneticals going out. If it goes out too much, the whole thing collapses. If it gets in too much, the whole thing collapses. What we see is that too much gravitational from one side. And that is not sustainable because it's not in balance. So it happens like neutron who breaks down becomes proton and electron, and the planets who break into smaller planets. So humanity has to start getting intelligence, universal intelligence, that what I think, if it's bad or good, affects the whole chain of everything. And it's a new idea, it's a new concept. Maybe we had it before, probably, but we lost it. And all the propaganda is that we lose it and we stick to only matter. And on the contrary of detachment. So it's just a new education. And we see in the history of humanity from the start that we know about of Adam and Eve, and continuing different professors, different teachers, different prophets. Every time man is at the verge of destruction, annihilation, somebody from somewhere up there, the brothers or the father, come to save us by pity, by sympathy. And well, the way it is done, the people get changed. The new civilization is based. For example, Buddhism created a civilization which took 500 years of light and then decay, and then etc. And Christianity and Islam, they have things and they go otherwise. And now we have tried all of this, and at the same time the science advances, physical science, and at the same time a lot of gurus and teachings of the whole world open up. So man has the possibility to reach for knowing. And at the same time, we are at the verge of a lot of bomb atoms, even bought from private people, which they have hidden it under the oceans everywhere. And it might even explode accidentally. And the whole thing goes boom. So we need at this time get wise. And if we don't get wise, I think something happens, because that's the natural way we are going. We have too much gravitation and not enough magnetical. So it explodes. So Mr. Cash and people like him are here to say, hey, stop. That's not the way you thought it's correct. Look at this other way. And then we all live together. It's a beautiful land. Why do we destroy it? So I think it's again the same way that it's a time that we have somebody to open our eyes and our feelings to another way of thinking, which is more fitting to our true nature, because human being was good at first and we deserve all the good things in the world. And that's my wish. And I think we can all, I see that we can all go in there and we can all reach it. And I congratulate all of us. My friend Shweta, Mark, all of us. And I wish all of us good happiness and being kind to us also, because sometimes we do everything except being kind to us. Maybe it's time to rest a little and be kind to us and be happy.
He
Thank you.
said, if man could be so kind to himself. Yes, Myrna, as we know. I see Martin is looking, hello, what are the qualifications to become a Universal Council member? Where can I get more information? Thank you. You can go to the keshfoundation.org and you'll see a part there for the Universal Council and some of the, and you can fill out an application. Shweta, would you like to add anything here?
Yes, you have to go. Hello, dear one. Thank you for asking. You can go to the Universal Council website in the Kesh Foundation website, and you can have the detail. First of all, you have to, well, I will prefer to say that you have to, if you want to be a Universal Council, you have to sign the peace treaty if you wish to, and there is a necessity also. And then you can go through the page of written several soul charter and mandate, and you can go through it, have a little balance created in a way, a knowledge of certain, and then you can fill up the application that is in the bottom of the page and send it to the Universal Council website, and all the applications are being taken and will be given answers because this is not about choosing. This is about here you are. This is about the gift you give us. We give to you. We all give to each other. So if you are, this is very happy, very much joyful that you are asking to join the Universal Council. If you are asking, please, you are a universal person. Just join the energy in the foundation to help humanity as a collective. Thank you, my dear one. Thank you.
And Shweta, doesn't the Universal Council hold a meeting called One Planet, One Nation, One Race, which is a public meeting?
Yes.
And
The One
that's,
Planet.
yep, go ahead.
One Planet, One Race, and One Nation for Justice and World Peace. World Peace. This is very necessary. Is held every Tuesday, every week, Tuesday, as a public presentation, and you can ask them there also your question, and you can many Universal Councils will be there, and they will Universal Council will be there, and they will support you accordingly as you wish to. So this is how, and you can simply go to the Universal Council support page, Universal Council website, and you can fill the application and have some interaction with the knowledge of the Universal Council, how the universal being as a whole is working in a way, and or the activity or the action. Yes. Anybody? Okay. Yeah.
Thank you, Shweta.
Okay. Thank you so much.
And that is a public meeting, as she said, every Tuesday. Oops.
Es que tengo problemas en la computadora por el
Please have somebody microphone open. There we go. Okay, very good. I noticed Jean Sebastian, you had your microphone open for a moment. Was that inadvertently, or did you want to add something to the knowledge? Are you here for the first time, Jean? I haven't seen you, but I haven't seen everyone that's in and around the Kesh Foundation. Please feel free to tell us who you are and where you're from and how you found this meeting. Jean? Okay, Dan has asked me to announce that the testimonials meeting will go on. I think it's at 8 p.m. Tomorrow, which would be November 8th, and Rick will be conducting that meeting. Feel free to bring your testimonials or your thoughts or anything else, so just be there for support as well. And if you have any beautiful testimonials, I think there'll be so many testimonials in the up and coming time period that we won't have enough crew to interview all of them, but I'm sure they'll be seen in many other locations as well, talking about their experience using the cash plasma technology, whether it was for emotional balancing, fractures, brain enhancement. I said bone enhancement is another system, and there'll be many, many more systems that the Kesh Foundation is in possession of and has knowledge of and will be shared with humanity. Jean, one more time, anything you'd like to add? It's a wonderful family here, so don't feel you are going to be shouted down or anything. We don't allow that. Okay, Jean said, my micro seems to be out from a web browser via Zoom. No problem. Thank you very much. Anyone else want to add anything else before we go to Alex's teaching for today? And we did talk about making these meetings a little bit shorter. Of course, if Mr. Kesh comes in, he has the complete floor. As we all know, he's been walking on this planet for thousands of years and been working around the universe for millions of years. And whenever he comes in, he puts himself as the most humblest person in the meeting, but yet he carries the knowledge of the totality and of the universe with him. So hopefully we will emulate that, all of us. Anyone else before we go to Alex's presentation for today? Thank you, Alex. I think you can come in now, and we're very blessed to have Alex with us. He's dedicated much of his time, as many of the teachers do, and to share this knowledge. And Mr. Kesh said that's one of the highest achievements of a knowledge seeker, is to become a teacher and to share the knowledge that you have understood. Alenka? Yes.
Yes. Momento, vamos a ver. Ahora me está hablando y no sé cómo activar el sonido ahí. Hello, Mark?
Yes, we hear you, Alenka.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to check that. Thank you.
No problem.
Because I'm going to translate.
Beautiful.
I'm going to try to translate.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Did
Thank
someone
you.
else, Raquel, you had your mic open. Was that inadvertently as well? Thank you, Alenka, for all your service and your translations for the community.
No, I'm here to serve.
Yep, that is the
Thank
whole
you.
idea. It seems foreign to us to say, I want to serve first and then I'll get what I need for myself later. But this is the ethos of the universe, where
Yes.
they've realized or somehow they've come to the point where here on earth, we worry about how much we get every day. Did I get enough money? Do I have enough food? Do I have enough energy? In the universal community, they think along the line, you're going to have to mute, dear. Or, okay, thank you. They think along the lines of, have I given enough? So it's a total different ethos than what we're used to. But I think this is the way we serve one another. And Mr. Kesh said, this is what's going to happen to humanity. We're all going to become servants of the others. And even to the point where we'll run out of people to serve because everyone has what they need. So we're coming into a total paradigm shift, if I could put it that way, and a permanent paradigm shift. So we're not going back because of the soul is going to be elevated. And this is the problem. Even if we delivered all these beautiful technologies for feeding you, for balancing you out in certain ways in emotions, or taking care of some infirmities you may be experiencing, unless we elevate the soul of the man and the soul of physicality together, humanity within a generation or 200 years or whatever have you, will go right back to the same behavior of killing and eating and making war. So this is basically the linchpin in delivering this, because they could deliver all the technology to allow you to fly and and do many, many things. But until the soul is upgraded, let's say, or enhanced, we will eventually just go right back to our same condition. And that's what's happened over the thousands of years where they've sent messengers and they've sent prophets. Some people have listened, but most of us have not. And I'm not saying I'm any god or goddess or anything like that, but I'm in the same position as everyone else. Alex, we were just getting ready to go to you. I hope you're still, let me just see if, yes, you are. I want to welcome you and all the other teachers, and we do need teachers, and don't think you have to know everything to be a teacher. As Mr. Kesh said, we hear many people teaching things wrong. We don't interfere because we know somewhere down the road they will understand more of the knowledge. And again, this knowledge is very large. So just be humble and you will absorb more as I see it. So Alex, I want to welcome you today and thank you for being here. I wasn't sure if you were going to make it. I know there's a lot of instability, let's say, with these Zoom systems and other systems. I've experienced that even today. And of course, all the other interferences that we seem to be dealing with. But I do have the disclaimer pulled up. So if you'd like me to play that for you, I can. I want to welcome you today and your dedication to being here. And it's beautiful that you've continued with the North American group.
Thank you so much, Mark. Yes, please go ahead with the disclaimer so that we can get to business.
And Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And now let's give from our hearts a warm thank you to Alex as he starts his presentation. Thank you, Alex.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for the introduction, Mark, and thank you for leading the program today. I want to welcome everyone from around the world who has come to the North American Corona team meeting. It's a beautiful Sunday afternoon in North America, and many of us are wondering what exactly are we doing here. So we try and clear things up because, as I said at the beginning, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, we are inundated with a lot of kinds of information. And this is one of the reasons we had to do the disclaimer. I want to do another disclaimer, and that is that this information is not designed for YouTube. YouTube has also had some restrictions. So anyone who wants to do that is doing it at their own volition. This is a public teaching for knowledge seekers. And when we say knowledge seekers, that is the qualification. So we didn't say Kesh Foundation knowledge seekers either. But this is the Kesh Foundation, and we are fast approaching the 7 days a week, 24 hours a day processing of the Kesh Foundation TV. And we have many groups that are ready to move ahead on this. And the subject, of course, is we are trying to clear up the science, and we are also trying to clear up the, shall we say, spirituality.
Alex?
Hello?
Yes, I was just wondering if I could slow you down a little bit because there are people translating, and I know Dan and others have said when we speak fast, and I totally forgot to mention it earlier, it helps the translators to be able to deliver exactly what you're delivering. Thank you.
Thank you so much for reminding me of that. So we're trying to have the science meet the soul, and the purpose of it is for peace. And so this is the Kesh Foundation Spaceship Institute. These are teachings in plasma science. We have progressed to intermediate knowing. And you might find this an interesting topic. We're going to be talking about camel birds. My name is Alexander. I'm from Canada. It is November the 7th, 2021. This is the Kesh Foundation North American Plasma Education Series. As I said, that it's a North American plasma teaching, but we have representation from all the continents, I guess, except for Antarctica. But hopefully that'll change soon. I do have a special thanks to the Hispanic community. Through their dedication, they have been working in the background with us on these North American teachings because we've been doing it pretty exclusively in English. But I have a message for Alenka, who is the translator.
Cambiar.
I have a message for Alenka.
She's just having a little trouble with her mic. I got a message. Apparently it's inadvertently opening. So if we hear her again, I'll try and mute her, Alex. She's not trying to interfere with anything.
No, it's no problem, but I do have a message for her. And it is that I know that she has been working very hard on the translation. And I can't tell you how much I appreciate your work. I do want to emphasize one thing, though. When we're doing translations, it's a trap where we do the word for word translation. Words convey meanings, and these meanings cannot be translated word for word. Each culture has a meaning. So please feel free when you're doing your translation to translate from the soul, because you know what? You already know this information. I'm not telling you anything new. We are trying to cross this bridge of knowing, and we are in the intermediate knowing now. And as you've seen, we did basic teaching, intermediate teaching, and advanced teaching. But the teaching was to provide a foundation. And then we went to elaborate the understanding. But now we have to figure out a knowing. And today we are moving ahead. Last week we talked about garbage, and this week we're going to be talking about camel birds. And you can see the other subjects that are coming through. Perhaps you wonder why we've brought everybody together. So one of the things that we've been trying to do in the last 2 months is to identify our position in the universe. And so a lot of the teaching has had to do with classifications. And so I want to draw your attention to this breed of Camulus. Camulus. There are other variations, other classifications. There are Bactrian camels as well. And as you can see, camels live in very harsh desert conditions. And so they are known as beasts of burdens. And I don't know how this is going to translate, but a camel is an even-toed ungulate. And it has humps. And they're domesticated, and they provide food and textiles. The dromedary camel, also known as an Arabian camel, is a domesticated animal. And so we see that 90% of the camels in the world are actually dromedaries. But, you know, the beast of burden is changing. So for all the racists in the audience, there are camel jockeys, yes. And the reason these camel jockeys are here is because there is such a thing as camel racing. And so I often wondered, where do we get this term camel birds? So we see as the camels are racing down the track, the birds are very excited as well. So there you are. Now you know what a camel bird is. But there are other, what we call sports of kings. And the thing about it is that the animals get treated like royalty. So for camel racing, the camels are very expensive. In horse racing, horses are very expensive. And in professional sports, well, this is where athletes are very wealthy. But these are all a measure of wealth, aren't they? So it would be quite appropriate for someone to ask, and then this was an advertising campaign that I'd seen a long time ago, and it gets you thinking. And it says, if you're so smart, how come you ain't wealthy? And if you're so wealthy, how come you ain't smart? Well, what about the wealth of a nation? Do we measure a wealth of a nation by the richest? Or do we measure it by the poorest? We measure the strength of a chain by the weakest link. And we do a lot of discussions about chains on this platform. And there are topics that we can't discuss, but we know that a lot of people are concerned about food security. And of course, we understand that there's some people who are offering, say, $6 billion to prove the food security, which we know for a fact was already proven in 1968, but for some reason, someone is asking for food security. And for some reason, someone is offering money if you can prove the methods that you have. In other words, prove the methods that you have are working. So as part of intermediate knowing, right off the bat, you now know a few things. Number one is the people who are having this discussion are unaware of history. So we're talking about something in the present tense, which was already discussed in the past tense. The second thing you know right off the bat is that someone who is in charge is having trouble with food security. And despite the fact that we have 7 billion on this planet, it seems that only about 46 million are of immediate concern. And a third thing that we know, if we are offering money to prove this, that means we don't have the answer. As plasma scientists, as knowledge seekers, we understand now that we can create feeding systems on our own using the cups of life. And we have the new space technology, which is showing us that not only do we not need to burn fuels, but we don't need to take supplies with us, such as food. And if that is the case, then by extension, we already have a plasma feeding system. So whatever the reason for us having this concern, it seems like it has to do with something they call hesitancy. So as knowledge seekers, part of the intermediate knowing is you don't have to know these details. You just have to cross the bridge. And you have to know on which side of the bridge you're on, right? So you can discern the answer and you can discern which side the bridge people are on simply through knowing. And so the difficulty for us as knowledge seekers is that we're going into uncharted waters. So on a personal note, it is very difficult to go into uncharted waters and lead. So if, let's say, I'm in the position of being a leader and I don't know where I'm going, then that's going to cause you some problems. However, I do know that there have been tremendous rewards that I'm seeing in the Brazilian, Italian, and Spanish communities, for instance, and particularly seen on Friday nights in the Brazil meeting, because that's the one most visible to us here, the number of new teachers that are coming on and sticking with it. And this is very, very important. We have a small percentage of knowledge seekers around the world who are aware of what's going on. And so that means we have a vast percentage of people who need to know. Well, we don't have enough manpower. Even if you look at the numbers on this panel, we don't have enough manpower to deal with it. So we have to deal with it in different ways. In other words, we have to become more effective. But we still have to progress. And so one of the ways I must say to all the teachers is do what I do. You become the student. Because you see, a teacher has to know what he's talking about. So if you don't know what you're talking about, it's really hard to be a teacher. So one of the benefits of being a teacher is that you learn about your subject. And so you can't know everything, but you have to have some kind of grounding. So when we way back, we had to learn terminology. And the most important things we had to know was about the magnetical gravitational relationship and how it affects natural plasma. So we see that the universe is all about energy and motion, and it goes through various dimensions. And in fact, it has a changing dynamism. And when we look at our tiny little perfect world, we understand scientifically that energy follows a path. And this path is very, very similar to that of the rest of the universe. In fact, it's exactly the same. Energy comes in, goes out, goes around, or just goes right on through. And so the basic terminology of magnetical gravitational relations has to do with the repulsion and attraction of energy. And you have energy. And you emit energy. And as you emit, you also absorb, because that's how you keep your Magrav balance. And that's how the Earth keeps its Magrav balance. There's a range between the ground and the sky. So the sky limitation we call the magnetosphere. And the range between the ground and the magnetosphere is determined by susceptibility. So everything in the universe contains something. Nothing is nothing. And you know that because all of you have made GANs and all of you have seen the rotating fields developing in the GANs. And then all of you have seen there's a hole in my GANs. What's in the hole? Is there a soul in the hole? And you know what? It seems like the answer is yes. And so we better understand the books of Mr. Keshe, book number 1, The Universal Order of Creation of Matter. Book number 2, The Structure of Light. Book number 3, The Origin of the Universe. And these books are written for, shall we say, scientists, but not exclusively, because I'm not a scientist. And so they've been very helpful to me. And we're in the process of getting these books translated so that we can help others in other languages. But fundamentally, we're addressing questions that each and every one of us wants to know. How did we get here? What are we doing here? And where are we going? And are we going anywhere? And how do we measure? How do we measure our progress? Well, each of us has an ability to answer that question because the universe exists from energy. And as this energy comes together, and it does come together because it is always in motion, and so it all depends on the common denominator. You have a common denominator. And as such, you attract the energy, which is a charge in motion, based on that common denominator. So you attract the energy that you need, and you create a Magrav condition. This is the fundamental creation of matters. But now there has to be a positioning. And the reason for that positioning is so that you have space to exist. And so that your positioning has a balance, and another plasma field has a positioning and a balance. And the two fields, when they interact, have a balance. And that is represented by, we all know, the infinity loop. But the infinity loop is not in 2 dimensions, because we all remember the rule. A higher strength feeds the weaker strength. So some people have made a mistake and said, well, that is the survival of the strongest. Well, yes, it is the survival of the strongest. But since the stronger feeds the weaker can become stronger. So the enhancement of the weaker is based on the giving of the stronger. So the strength is not by the strongest or by the wealthiest. The strength is by the poorest or the weakest. So this energy is traveling everywhere. We call them PM ticks. And it has different strengths, different flavors. and comes from different corners of the universe. And since the universe is rotating, it's hard to find which corner it comes from. But nevertheless, these PM ticks come together and they have this force field interaction. And that force field interaction is the domain created by the lowest denominator, the common denominator. The common denominator doesn't have to be the lowest, but sometimes it is the lowest. And the reason for that is because it's the weakest. However, there are fields in between of different strengths. And those in between are not the lowest. So there is a common force field interaction in those fields. Well, which field do the PM ticks feed? The universe is abundant, benevolent, and it feeds all those who need, because that energy is ubiquitous. That means it's abundant in its totality. And in order for us to take this energy, we have to have our Magrav condition. And our Magrav condition is unconditional. We have needs and we have wants, and sometimes our wants and our needs don't jive. And that's why we're talking about camel birds today. Because when we're talking about creation, we have to figure out what is our point of view. And there are many points of view. And then, there are things working in the background. And then there are people turning their backs on us. Why are they turning their backs on us? We're talking about creation. What's your problem? So we talk about various dimensions, but these dimensions that we're going to talk about are within a range. And this range at this point in time is on this planet. And so this planet goes through a rotation, which we call transmission on the x-axis. We can go from the ground to the sky, or we can go through the poles. So this is transition. We call that the y-axis. And so we refer to that as our polarity. Because the polarity doesn't just go through the North and South Pole. Energy is emitted from all around. And because energy is emitted from all around, it grows and it develops a field strength. And this is the z-axis. And when we have this field strength, and it is energy in motion, then we come with I don't want to call it a crisis. Let's call it a bridge that we need to discuss, called transmutation. Because that transmutation starts with a plasma. At the core is a plasma, and it is seeking a position. And then it is seeking that position by interacting with another plasma. And so this interaction is dynamic. And the combination of the two create a dynamic plasma. So all of this starts with the PM ticks, which are energy in motion. And they have a charge and a direction. And they go through various geometries. So we find that our soul goes through dimensions. Our emotions go through dimensions. But our physicality is stuck in the range on this planet. But we can transcend the physicality and stay on this planet. So that is one of the revelations, you see, because we have planted limitations on our soul by only seeing our soul, our emotion, and our bodies. but our body is a physical manifestation, and it is our transportation vehicle on this planet. So we all know that there was a before we were born and there's an after we die. So all we're really talking about is the in-between state. And this in-between state is the inertia, which is the balance of the energy that is in the Maggrav condition we call the sun, interacting with the Maggrav condition we call the earth, creating a dynamic plasma field, which is interacting with us. And so to successfully transmute into our transportation vehicle, we have to slow down in energy. However, that doesn't mean that we have to ignore the rest. We are now looking for that independent variable. And where is that independent variable residing? Well, when you have 7 billion people on this planet, then by knowing, by connecting, you know that each and every one of them has an independent variable. So that's what makes it variable. And that's what makes it independent. So your variable is different from my variable. But are there common variables? Yeah, there are. And it's our home, planet Earth. And what are we doing on planet Earth? Well, so this is what we're discussing. In a previous discussion, I threw in some more terminology, which had to do with transformation, transcendence, and transmogrification. And the revelation, of course, was that man physically has limitations. But we see in nature that nature is describing to us many, many things that don't have these limitations. So these limitations are physically imposed on us and mentally reinforced. And the only reason that we have a continuity with respect to these limitations is because we have a disconnect with other energy. And so let's look at what we're talking about here with respect to this terminology. So we have figured out that our soul is our gravitational point and our physical manifestation is our magnetical point. And we have figured out that there are relationships between things in the physicality, which we call nano and gans. But we also see that in the plasma, we have relationships between antimatter, dark matter, and what we now call the matter-gen state. And the matter-gen state is a product of the plasma-gen state, which is a product of the dynamic plasma state. So last week we introduced this concept of carbogen, and the positioning of carbogen would be ahead of amino acids, but behind principal matter. And the reason for it is because the carbogen is part of the Earth's atmosphere, and the principal matter is part of the universe atmosphere. And it has a capability of entering the Earth's atmosphere. So this is how we determine the positioning. And I asked last week, and I'll ask again, can we add this to our plasma terminology to clarify? Because we see that our amino acid is created from the air, and carbon is very physical. but carbon is the connector. So what I'm saying is that to clarify the difference between the physicality of carbon and the plasma matter of the carbon, we change it to carbogen to match the hydrogen, the oxygen, and the nitrogen. This was my proposal. Another point of confusion, we have plasma matter, we have physical matter. Well, the carbogen creates the mattergen, and the mattergen is a substructure for the physical matter. It's part of my proposal also. But this all comes from the plasma. And since all of these energies are plasma, then the specific energy that we want to talk about is the plasma energy that is derived from the dynamic plasma forces. And so I asked for plasmagen. So that was my proposal. And I was asking that maybe it be adopted by knowledge seekers, and maybe we extend that into the community. And as we can see when we discuss principal matter, that we can see how it kind of clarifies things, because the PM takes our energy packs. And these energy packs are everywhere. So they're diverging. They come from everywhere and they go everywhere. But when they come together, they're coming together in a force field. And the origination of that force field is the principal matter, which we call the antimatter. Somehow there's a transmutation. And so the transition part of the transmutation is the dark matter. And the convergence of these energies, and it has to converge because it goes to a lower energy state, is the mattergen. And so the combination is the conversion. The conversion from the PM ticks into the plasmagen, which is the combination of the antimatter, dark matter, and matter. The plasmagen conversion is the Magrav condition. If that Magrav condition transmutes from a plasmagen condition into a physical manifestation, that has to go through a transmutation and interact with the inertia. So I'm hoping this is allow you to make sense, because we really need to have a mental map, because we don't have a roadmap. We don't even need to know which way is up or down, except on this planet. But our DNA knows. And our DNA is the roadmap for a physicality, but the DNA is post amino acid. So the DNA is the roadmap after the creation of the mattergen, because the mattergen is the plasmatic state. The small m matter state is the physical state. And so we have an opportunity to compare which state is dominant. And when I say which state is dominant, on this planet, both work together. However, some are overcommitted to the physical state, and some are forever seeking their spiritual state, not really understanding that the action of seeking is a physical state. So what we really need to seek is that common denominator, which allows us to do something else. And so the first thing is that we know that there's a magnetical field and a gravitational field. So because this magnetical field is energy in motion, it's always giving. These are the PM ticks that are going through the universe. And they don't just go through the universe and exclude Earth, they're including Earth. And they gravitate towards Earth. And so there is a transition. And once we get on Earth, we can still have a further transition, and that is into the physical state. So to identify this physical state, we're going to say that that is the post-amino acid state. And to identify the energy in motion coming into and creating the plasmagen, that would be the pre-amino acid stage. And by having these two definitions, then you know where you are. And then you can decide which direction that you're going. And so that's another new knowing by connection that you can decide. And the way you decide is by allowing the universe to arrange it for you. There is a criteria that you have to have. And so we're going to change things around on this chart and correct it a little bit. So first of all, it is the interaction of the fields of the dynamic plasma state which creates the principal matter. And that principal matter is the interaction of two fields, the field on Earth and the field in the sun. But there's another field, and that is the transition matter. That transition matter is the plasmagen state. We call that the dark matter. And the only reason we call it the dark matter is because it's non-visible and non-tangible. And the matter that we do understand is the visible matter. And so the visible matter has to have a mass, because that mass is part of the matter gen. So this generation, this genesis, comes from a substrate of plasma. And it manifests itself into a plasma field, the plasma reality. And it may or may not manifest itself into a physical field. Well, we as humans have the capability of transmuting now into a transportation vehicle on this planet. And so if you look at this planet as our transportation vehicle, as it's hurtling through space, and then we on this planet also want to have a capability of transmitting and transitioning. The way we transmit and transition is based on an energy field. So we have two transmutations. We have a guiding transmutation, which transforms us into a plasmagen state, which is our guiding light, if you will. And we have a transmutation into a transportation vehicle, which we call our body. And then there's a governance thereof. And so through the plasma science, we have seen how we can do what? We can transcend the various energy states and still stay within the range on this planet. So it may have been for some people to liberate ourselves from the physical, we have to totally move into the spiritual. But we don't understand what those words mean. So we have to redefine. And so the revelation is, in the physical, we can transmutate through the various energies. We can go through a transformation and stay on this planet. So it opens up a different opportunity for us. So basically, how the atoms are aligned, we know in the physical state, they are chained together, they link up, very rigid. But when we get into the nano state, they become unchained. They are all individual. They're monatomic, but they're still part of the Magrav condition. So although we have a chain, it is unlimited. It has additional potential. And this is where the difficulty comes in, because not every bridge gets us across. So sometimes we have difficulties crossing these bridges for whatever reason. Most of these reasons are physical because of the limitations that we have. So what we're saying is, we know that we have a physical reality, and we know that we have a plasmatic reality. So the question comes, do we need two bridges? Do we need two bridges of knowing? So to better understand our physicality, or better understand our plasmatic reality. So let's just discuss something that each of us can know, because we're on, probably most of us, on some kind of electronic device. I'm going to say it that way, or primarily a computer. But that computer has a microphone and it has speakers. Well, years ago, we had what were called telephones. This may be ancient history for some of you. But what was really neat about the telephones was that they had a speaker and they had a microphone. And one of the things that I did, and this is just a personal story, is I didn't have a lot of money and I was fooling around with speakers and stuff like that. But I discovered that the difference between a microphone and a speaker was the microphone was receiving audio and the speaker was emitting audio. But depending on the way they were hooked up, a microphone could become a speaker and a speaker could become a microphone. Well, I was able to take this microphone out of the telephone. And I had two telephones. And it sounds kind of funny, but I took some earmuffs and I substituted the muffs on the earmuffs. Earmuffs are those things that you put on your head to keep your ears warm. And so I put the speakers in the earmuffs and I fashioned out with paper mache, I fashioned out some earphones and say, well, why did I do that? Well, it just so happens that the microphones on the telephones were absolutely outstanding quality, far better than anything that I could buy in the store. But because they were microphones, by changing the polarity, I was able to turn them into speakers. And by putting them in the earmuffs, I created earphones. Isn't that interesting? So that was one of the ways that, I took something and I changed it. The point I want to bring up here is that the relationship between the microphone and the speaker is a two-way street. So we decide, is the microphone a microphone? We decide that in advance and we hook it up accordingly. Is the speaker a speaker? We decide that in advance and we hook it up accordingly. So therefore, preparation is done in advance. Well, if our physicality, which I made earphones out, is a physical manifestation, then something had to do this in advance. And it was my idea. And the reason I bring this up is because the Keshe Foundation has brought up another set of earphones. But these earphones have nothing to do with audio. They have to do with vision enhancement. And I'm proud to reemphasize that out of the delivery that is coming to the United States 25% of that delivery is going to be gifted to the usage by the US military, because it's a fact. It's a fact that the suicide rate in the US military exceeds the mortality rate through military action. That's a tragedy. And they call it PTSD. And so we're talking about PTSD recovery. And so this PTSD recovery is a plasmagen interaction between the physicality and the soul. And it leapfrogs over the heart, because it's the heartbreak that comes from military activity which causes these problems. So we are able to transcend. That's what it means to transcend. You stay in your physicality, but you reconnect to your spirituality. The problem with our knowledge is that our knowledge is based on our tiny perfect world. And the problem with our knowledge is that our tiny world has had to slow down in the energy field strength, drop down, what we call nuclear decay. And in the process of understanding nuclear decay, we think possibly that it has something to do with rottenness. Nuclear decay is a term for this reduction in field strength. And it is this reduction in field strength which allows us to be in the physicality. And so there's an interaction between the plasma fields and the plasma fields. I'm saying there's an interaction between the plasma fields of the universe and the plasma field interaction of our universe and our sister's universe. And then there's an interaction in our universe between our sun and our earth. And the connection is the carbogen. And yes, it's a process of nuclear decay, but it is also part of nuclear decay creation. The decay is just a term. And so as we're discussing these terms, we have to understand the meanings. So another wonderful product that we had, and I was trying to figure out, what are we going to do with all these water heaters? We had a real problem with that in Canada because they clog up from excessive calcium deposits. So these vertical enhancement units are using, we know that water has an affinity with GANs, and it's able to exchange energy. These vertical enhancement units are also able to do that, but they have a very special function, very special function. You see, the limiting factor is peace on this planet, because the limiting factor for our knowledge is limited to this planet. Well, why is it limited to this planet when we have this vast universe out there? And we say, well, we have this vast knowledge. Yeah, but our vast knowledge is limited to our little tiny perfect world. So the knowledge of the universe is far more vast than anything that we know. And so every time I do these classes, I come to the end and I say, geez, you know what? I don't know very much, because there's so much more to know. So the fundamental thing, though, the fundamental ticket to the rest of the knowledge of the universe is peace, because that's how the universe works. So if we want to cross this bridge has to be the peace bridge. And how can we do that? Well, one of the ways that we can do it on this planet is that we take 2 of these vertical enhancement units. And because we're in the physicality, if we want to change, in other words, like a caterpillar into a butterfly, we have to go through a process of transmogrification, which is the transcendence from our physicality into our plasmagen state. From there, we have to have the intention of peace, because we are no longer dealing with the opportunity of delinquency. Because what we're dealing now with is the truth. So the priest bridge becomes the truth bridge. And it is through this that we can transform ourselves from one point to another point. But that point has to be a transformation at a higher energy state. So the only way that we can get into this higher energy state is to transcend. And it is from this energy state that we can go through a transmutation back into the physical state. It is doable, it is possible, and it is past tense, has been done. So our hesitancy, as we've been accused of, is really donkey hesitancy. We like the donkeys and we like the horses and we like the beasts of burden. But we have to understand that these are physical manifestations of a substructure. And so now we understand that through the teaching, all of this, whether it's on this planet or in the universe, is a product of magnetical force fields. And it involves attraction and repulsion. Of what? You have to have a Magrav condition. And this Magrav condition, if it's becoming more gravitational, that is natural decay. If it's becoming more magnetical, that is natural creation. In both cases, we're talking about natural plasma. In both cases, we're talking about a Magrav condition. And it's a two-way street. Yes, just like the microphone and the speakers. It's either magnetical gravitational or it's gravitational magnetical. It all depends on how you hook it up, you see. So the magnetical is the emission forces, which is the residue beyond the stable Magrav condition. And the absorption is the gravitational force beyond the stable Magrav condition. So these are all words, but they all have the same meaning. There's a giving and taking. And it's always creation. You're always creating something. And so when we look at the creation of a ray, it comes from the splitting of the neutron. The neutron entertaining the combination of principal matter, transition matter, and mattergen, splitting into a combination electron, proton, each of which has the collection of the principal matter, the transition matter, and the mattergen, but in different strengths. So the name is the same, but the strength is different, right? And because of the way our math is, we now know that the PM ticks are the missing ingredient, because now we're releasing a new opportunity for creation. And so it goes in both ways. Whether it is decay or whether it is creation, it is always creation. And the decay is not rottenness, it is natural decay. And in that process, there's a natural creation. So it all depends on your point of view, right? And so the attraction and repulsion forces are a magnetical residue. And there's an independent variable, that's you. And it's not your physicality, that's the physicality which is a manifestation of you. And that you is dependent on the rest of the universe, because the rest of the universe is interdependent. So therefore you are interdependent. And you are a variable. So you are allowed to be an independent variable within the context of the interdependent universe, which is why we have 2 cups of life. 1 cup of life is a zinc plate and a copper coil. And we've added a nano-coated copper coil. We've created a magnetical gravitational field. And then we created a 2nd cup that has a copper coil and a copper plate. And there's that nano-coated copper coil again. Creates a magnetical gravitational field. Both work the same way, but when you compare the two, when you have this relationship, one is stronger than the other. So we find that the 1st cup is emotional and the 2nd cup is physical. Physical being the lowest energy state. And if we're trying to deal with the pandemic, then you want to keep these batches apart by at least a meter. Because there's an emotional context and there's a physical context. And this becomes even more important now. Okay, because we're in the month of November, which means minimum 21 months with this pandemic. And what you know is that those who are responsible don't have the answer. Those who are paid to look after the answer don't have the answer. You know that. Because we are having a new surge, a massive surge. It has been in June, July, August, September, October, 18 months since we announced how to deal with energy packs. And it only takes about half an hour. And then after that, you can put the cups together in the cups of man. And then you can start to explore the relationship between the magnetical giver and the gravitational taker. And now you understand that there's a position for the soul. And that position of the soul is in each and every cup, because each and every cup has a magnetical gravitational relationship. And the combination of the 3 cups has a magnetical gravitational relationships and a soul. And that construct then interacts with our planet. And that interaction we call inertia. And so the representation for the cup of life is a nano-coated copper coil and a 2nd nano-coated copper coil and a nano-coated copper plate. And as we can see, same thing. We have a magnetical field and a gravitational field. And that interaction is with the cup of the earth. And the cup of the earth has a unique thing. It is a nano-coated zinc coil, a nano-coated iron coil, and a nano-coated copper plate. And we have a magnetical gravitational field interaction. We've been able to take the byproducts from these cups of life and infuse them into the ceramic cups of life. And so we wonder if an archaeologist can find a teacup, or if he finds a ceramic cup of life, if they can really tell from the physical nature of what these cups are. Because our cups are ceramic cups of sweet, or ceramic cup of pressure, or ceramic cups of light. And when we put all the 5 cups together, well, what happens? We have a magnetical gravitational force field and a soul. And a soul. So this is the problem, as we found with our periodic table of elements. They are elementary. And we just did a realignment on this periodic table of elements because all things interact. So we have to understand that life is much more complex than the elementary elements, and that the sum of the parts is greater than the sum of the parts. So we like to know the details, but what we really need to know is the details of knowing. In other words, we take our experience from what we've learned and we apply it. And so we see that there is a transition zone. And isn't it ironic? Copper and zinc are right on the boundary, right there. And it goes both ways. And then we find, if we look very closely, we find that our environment is involving different salts: sodium, potassium, magnesium, calcium. And then we see that we have elements of the amino acids, the hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen. On the periodic table of elements, they call it carbon. We should call it carbogen, to differentiate between the plasma gen and the principle and the physical matter. And then we see that the copper in physicality and the zinc in its physicality has an affinity with our emotion and our physicality. And our connection is the iron. And so all of these have a charge, and all of these have a gradient. So the charge has a gradient, but that gradient can be shallow or steep. And so that affects the gradient charge. And there's an amino acid at the boundary, and then we have a perceived lifespan. So are we in a pre-amino acid or post-amino acid? Are we talking about the spirit, or are we talking about the soul? Because energy is always in motion, and it goes in motion as a pack, as an energy pack. So you set up the pattern to get the energy. What pattern are you creating? So one of the patterns that we've been able to learn about is the GANs. And we took the basic 3 GANSes: carbon dioxide GANs, zinc oxide GANs, and copper oxide GANs. And we say, well, that's kind of like chemistry, but it's not really. When we put them in a stacker unit, it looks like us, because it has our soul, it has our emotion, it has our physicality, it has a context with the earth and an interaction which we call inertia. But these are individual cups. What happens when we put them all together? Now we get a blend. And we all have this blending capability. All 7 billion of us and counting. But interestingly enough, we all have independent variables. So when you dissect this and you look at the physical inventory and you see, oh, okay, well, we have copper, iron, and galvanized steel and zinc. Okay, well, and then we have connections. Sometimes we use bare wires, sometimes we use nano-coated wires. And then we have a swill, a primordial swill, where we have different salt solutions. And then we extend those salt solutions. sodium, potassium, magnesium, calcium. So we have all our kits, but that doesn't mean we can play the music, does it? And even though we all have the same kit, we don't all like the same music, and we don't all play the same music. So what we're looking at with the kits, there's a difference between what we call the leeward side and the windward side. It has to do with the watershed. Which side are you on? Whether you're on this planet or whether you're in outer space, you have to know which side of the watershed you're on. So the first thing you do is you decide what are the missing ingredients. And you say, well, are they moral or are they chemical? What? Those are the two options? Well, are they plasmatic or are they physical? Okay, so we understand those two options. But then we notice that something funny happens to the physics and the chemistry, which conventional science can't explain. And so these subjects go out of range. And in fact, they go on the other side of the watershed. So the boundary of the watershed is that the things that we've been learning, as we discussed in the last 2 months, is the post-amino acid phase, which after the amino acid, we have the DNA, the fatty acids, the protein, the cells, and the more complex cells. So there's a progression, and that progression goes from the simple to the complex. And when it's simple, it's unstable. Or when it's complex, it's more stable. Well, does that mean if we go into the pre-amino acid stage, that we will then become more simple, more unstable? When you look at the physical reality, which is the man-made reality, the reason it's stable is it comes from the universe-made reality, the pre-amino acid substructure. The pre-amino acid connection to the post-amino acid, the carbon connection, right? So we understand that we have now crossed over, and this is what we need to talk about when we're talking about the plasma science. We have added capabilities. And so the question becomes, if you know about the new possibilities, would you ever go back to the old possibilities, which are limited? So would you opt for going to the limiting possibilities once you have these possibilities unlimited? Is that what you would do? And if the only realization is the seeing, and the only realization is the believing through the seeing, then believe this. When you ask about why things are, understand that why things are is actually the answer. It's the lack of evidence, which is the evidence. So if you are throwing money at a solution, that means you don't have the answer. And all of us know within the cups of life, we have been able to create things. Within the cup of life, we have created all the ganses, plus the water, plus the amino acid. Now, how is that different from the cup of the universe? Because the cup of the universe has all of these things coming together, and there's an independent variable. That independent variable is you. So if we look at the cup of the universe, we see the same problem with the brain. We try and map out the brain. The brain doesn't have a map. The brain has fields. And within those fields, we have two hemispheres, a left and a right hemisphere. And so the way we create GANs in the cup of life We have copper GaNs and zinc GaNs, and the combination of the two create the carbogen. It is this carbogen, which is a plasma field, which is connected to something else. And first of all, there's a soul. The universe is full of PM ticks. So we look at the principal matter creation, and we see that we have different energy levels within the PM ticks. We have an antimatter, a dark matter, and a matter jet. And there's a relationship between each energy level. So between the matter jet and the dark matter, there's a magnetical gravitational relationship. Between the dark matter and the antimatter, there's a magnetical gravitational relationship. The dark matter has two relationships. And depending on which way you're going, it's either magnetical or gravitational. Well, how can it be both? And that's the point. The plasma goes both ways. All you have to do is figure out your point of view. And so you are your soul. And the manifestation within this dimension of your soul comes from somewhere. And so when we get into this dimension, the soul manifests a physical reality. Well, we know that this physical reality has a mass. But that mass we call weight because that is on this planet. The mass is universal. So the mass we talk about is pre-amino acid mass, not post-amino acid, because the soul is non-tangible, so is the spirit, well, so is your mind, and so is the emotion. And did you ever try and punch out a light bulb? Light has mass, but this light mass is actually post-amino acid. So the dark mass is the pre-amino acid, and the gap in between is the transitory field strength between here and there, right? And so now we understand that all of the plasma interacts. All things work in combination. And in order to work in combination, and in order for the stronger to feed the weaker, that energy has to come back. It cannot come back through the same dimension. There's a magnetical pushing and pulling. There's a gravitational pushing and pulling. The balance of that is a maggrav condition. So the direction of flow is the additional residue. And you can decide. You are the independent variable. And so we understand that the new atomic math then takes into consideration our physicality, which is constructed from the basis of the neutron and the combination with the proton-electron pair. There's a proton-electron mass within that pair, and the neutron has a mass, but it doesn't add up because we have to take into account the mass of the PM ticks plus the mass of the matter jet, the antimatter, and the dark matter. So the totality is achieved through all of this energy level balance and all of this energy level positioning. So we talk about going back to nature. No, folks, we are nature. There's no going back. It's just a matter of being aware. It is a matter of being aware that our physical reality is a byproduct of our plasmatic reality. And so all these people who don't know about the plasma science, you are now the messengers, and you are the messengers of peace. And you have to define plasma as a kind of energy state really, that is transcending the limitations of science. And the only way that it can do that is by delivering the message of peace. And that is what's important. And that is really, really important. So our point of view with respect to our positioning on this planet now takes a totally different context. And we see that not only do we have a soul, but all the cells in our body have a soul. And the collection of all the souls of all the cells in our body have a soul, which is represented by the soul of the body. So the interaction of the soul of the body and the soul of the man allows us to work with our domain, this planet Earth. And on this planet Earth, we can transcend through these different energy levels. So one of the transcendence is the transmutation of energy from our soul level to our emotional level. And we are still in a non-visible, non-tangible reality. So that is your basic transformation, because the emotion is the connection. And the connection then becomes to your transport system, which is your body. And the transport system of your body is totally dependent on the environment. If it is totally dependent on the environment, then with respect to the earth, it's this environment, this matter state. What happens when you change your environment? So that changes the whole meaning of manifestation. It's a perception of your reality. So the manifestation is when two fields come together, they form another. So the manifestation of any field is from two fields coming together. And the energy is always in motion. This motion is a plasma feeding. It's the plasma feeding that leads to this manifestation, because the higher energy feeds the lower energy. But this manifestation could be non-tangible or tangible, non-visible or visible, plasmatic or physical, and in fact could be dark matter or light matter. This is the plasmatic reality, and it does not need a physical reality, but it definitely will be a precursor for the physical reality should we decide to manifest. And we now have that opportunity to manifest. Any manifestation is a form artifact, therefore. So the transmutation to the transportation is a manifestation into the physical reality. The transmutation of the transformation into our emotion of presence is a different manifestation and a different form artifact. But nevertheless, it is a form artifact of energy in motion. So when we look at a stacker unit, we see that what it's doing is it's representing vertical life. But we have an additional capability. We're also part of the horizontal life. So we say the vertical life is for the plants and the horizontal life is for the animals. Well, the substructure for these lives is our matter-gen state. And so we have this added capability. And it's because of this added capability, and we are creatures of this planet, what we're all looking for is creature comforts. And so we have ideas. These are manifestations of our souls. And we have wishes, and we have courage, and we have love. These are energy transactions from the soul of the body. all of these are energy transactions. And so when we look at the feeding system, we find that within our physicality, we can continue to manifest this physicality because we are magraphs, and as such, we have a gravitational field effect of energy in motion. And this energy in motion is dictated by need. And the universal supplement of energy in motion is unlimited, unconditional, and abundant, and also non-targeted, except for the fact the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. So that determines the target. And so we understand how energy is flowing through our body. And it comes from our spine and goes through our extremities. Does it stop at our extremities? No, I don't think so. I think what we have to understand here is that our role as being man-made creatures is our role as functionaries, as angels. We have vertical systems, we have horizontal systems. These allow us to reconnect because there's a problem on this planet. And so this problem is actually man-made. And the only reason for it is because it is not man-made or man's, how should I say it? It's not bad to be man-made. It's bad to be bad. So the role of man is not to be delinquent. The role of man is an added capability that is man-made on this domain. But it's not restricted to this domain, except for the fact that we are binding our energy because we're self-serving. We self-serve at the expense of others. And we abuse. Well, we are in a position now where this advanced technology cannot be abused because it transcends to a higher energy level. As a byproduct of our delinquency, this binding energy then becomes tighter. And so this becomes your eternal burden. And if you're looking to cross the bridge of peace, but you are not sincere, you won't make it across. Because the cross, you double cross, is your eternal burden. And this is the ethos of the universe. So when we're looking at the new space enhancement units, they have to take into consideration morality, compassion, and courage. Because if life wants to live, then this is the essence of creation. And so we see that the limitations, such as the speed of light, has now been surpassed. Well, how do we surpass our physical limitation? Well, you're all familiar with the tape measure. There's a tape and it's coiled up within the tape. And so the connection between our brain and our body. The connection between our soul of the man and the soul of the body extends through our body. And there's a transition point. So we now see that there's a connection there, and it's enhancing our knowing. So maybe we have a better insight as to what is the purpose of the universal cup and what is its relationship to the stacker units. So if we look at the connection to this planet, which is the iron, which is referred to as our blood, and that is our anchorage on this planet, we find a unique property of the blood circulation system in our body. The blood circulates around our brain. And then as it enters the body, it crosses over. And then it circulates through the body. So these are two different methods of circulation, which is why now you know that there are two different souls and they operate on two different energy states. So now you know that there's a dynamic transfer state and there's a dynamic destination state, which we call the physical state. And the governors are the soul of the body and the soul of the man. And they are the precursors for this. So we understand that the connection on this planet is through the amino acid, and the amino acid is in your basic star formation structure. And so there's a connection. Connected to what? So what we're discussing is our tiny perfect world after we were born and before we die. What happened before and what happens after? Say, well, we don't know. Well, I think we do know. We have to see that if we can extend the range of the universal cup and carry within it the stacker units, or let's paraphrase this, if we can extend the range of the soul of the man and carry within it the soul of the body, and through energy transfers, which we're going to discuss in the next few weeks, then we can transcend into higher energy states. It is through these higher energy states that we can do transmutation. And it is from the higher energy states that we transmute into our emotion. It is from the higher energy state that we transmute into our physical transportation vehicle. So I will submit to you that we need to modify our universal body enhancement unit, because these are just designed for people. But you know, here's my proposal from a camel bird ship. I don't think it'd be too difficult to figure that one out. Anyway, when we're looking at a physical enhancement unit, we have to understand there's a vertical, there's a horizontal, there's a field strength relationship that needs to be done. And that field strength relationship extends beyond the physicality. So when we look at the structure of the, shall we say, the universal community and how they operate, we operate the same way. And so now we have an opportunity to understand that, you know, when we say what goes around comes around, that's right. That's when we look at the emblem of the Universal Council and we see that it is not on terra firma. The emblem is wherever it is. It's the universal strength, universal rules. It's the Universal Council. And so We are in the post-October 14th stage of 2021 because we have a new tomorrow that we're building. And this is past tense. The future is past tense. It is our job as independent variables and as patriots to deliver this message of peace and friendship on this planet. We have that capability and we have that responsibility. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute, courses on plasma science that we're putting into the public domain because the public domain demands world peace. The universal community demands universal peace. So sign the peace treaty, sign the peace treaty with your heart, sign the peace treaty with your soul. This is how we achieve the harmony and vitality of our physicality and our emotional well-being. That is the truth. And truth seekers can become the patriotic difference makers. So when you say a patriot, earth patriots, this is the universal truth on earth. And this is part of the universal language of knowing. The plasma science needs to be delivered in exchange for peace on earth. Welcome to the new space age. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you very much, Alex, for continuing to share the knowledge of the universe, the process of the creation overall. I don't know if you'd like a minute or two to rest your voice or warm your coffee. I was going to ask again if there's any new people here for the first time, if you'd open your mic and let us know where you're from, how you found the meeting, perhaps your name and so on. And if anyone, I hope people have written a question or two down, and if you don't want to open your mics and read it, you can always put it into the chat and I'll read it for you. But again, this is a family. We're not attacking each other. We're all on the same team, more or less, and we're all trying to achieve similar goals of world peace and taking man into space and so on. So does anyone want to let us know if you're here for the first time? I see most people, I think I recognize most names in the list. And Jean had put a question into the chat. Let's see if I can back up to it here. I think when he saw your hole in the Gantz, and I don't always get that hole in the Gantz, or very rarely, it seems to settle out quite nicely on the bottom of whatever container I'm using. I don't get that sort of hole, but Jean has put in here, always the same thing, maybe. The hole in the Gantz is the hole in you, question mark, question mark. And I was thinking about that hole sort of we have in our brain, or that little empty space that we call the energy source or the soul. What do you think about that, Alex? This hole in the Gantz, is that the hole in you? Because we know we've been referred to as a type of black hole.
No, not really. The thing is that we have a physicality and a non-physicality. So normally, if you have a drink, you'd want to have a swizzle stick or some kind of stirring spoon or something to stir the fluid, right? Well, there is no swizzle stick in that Gantz. Something has created that rotating field. And you know that it's there because you see the product. So if you see the product, then you automatically know that something created it. So the question then becomes well, what is creating that hole in the Gantz? So if we understand how the energy is formed and how the energy moves, then first of all, if the energy is moving via a PM tick, then it has to stay within its own containment. But if these PM ticks come together and they create a substructure, then it has to stay within a field of containment. Well, that field of containment is a plasma field. And it is that field that is the MAGRAV condition. So we have a capability of seeing a MAGRAV condition in a non-physical field. And we have a MAGRAV condition in a physical field. So the thing is that you and I in our bodies are physical, but the energy that is driving us is not physical. So let's say you can grab onto a battery, but there's energy in the battery and there's no way you can grab onto that. The only way that you know if that battery has energy is when you decide to put it to use. And either it is going to give energy or it is not going to give energy. It is only at that point that you know. So when you look at the GANs, it's very hard for you to see that energy. But when you see a hole in the GANs and there's no evidence of a smoking gun or a swizzle stick, okay, so the lack of evidence is the evidence. And I would like to add one more thing. When you start to put things in combination, then the field forces become more stable, more dynamic. So it isn't always just having the one GANS, but having that GANS in relationship with other GANSes to create this field. And so this is what we've done with the stacker units. We have 5 different cups. And then when we move to the universal cup, we have multiple different cups. But whatever number that we have in those pales in comparison to the number of plasma fields that we have in the universal enhancement units. We're talking about a whole different type of sophistication. And the thing about it is that as you go into higher energy states, the energy transfer state is at a higher order of magnitude. And this is why what is now difficult for us as we're introducing people to the GANs, the advanced technology has gone beyond the GANs. The GANs is just a connector for this environment. And the GANs is at a certain strength. Now, albeit it's multiple orders of magnitude stronger than our physicality, but it is orders of magnitude weaker than the dynamic plasma. And it is the manipulation of the dynamic plasma, which is the degree of sophistication that we have all graduated to. So do we know what the details are? No. But you know what? We know that, first of all, it's true. And we know that it works because we've seen it in our own, shall we say, lower scales. And then when we upscale, the effects, the energy transfer, the rules are all the same. And then you know that when you look at our tiny perfect world and you look at the vastness of the universe, well, that is an indication of how much or how little we know. And that's okay. Because one of the ways that we can bridge that is having the trust, which we've always had the trust. It's just that somewhere between when we were born and when we die, we've lost that trust. So having the trust in the benevolence of the universe is one of the things that's missing. And then having the integrity of understanding the ethos of the universe is the second thing that's missing. That what is missing is restrictive. It's restricting us to our tiny perfect world, you see. So as we start to become more knowledgeable, more skillful, then these dynamisms also increase. And as such, we are talking now in past tense. That is the difference. Those who are still talking about the gee whiz, good golly, I wonder, when, it has already happened. The Keshe Foundation is in the space age, the new space age. Okay, it's just a matter of order of magnitude. I hope that answers your question.
And Kay has put in the chat, thank you very much, Alex, for your continued and invaluable teachings with this wonderful knowledge. May God bless you for eternity. I think Eugenio is here for the first time, but he says he cannot open his microphone. So I think we do have at least one person, and perhaps Jean as well, although Jean may be in other meetings that I am not aware of. Dan says thank you, and Shweta, of course, is always very complimentary, which we like that because we know souls need to be added to. They don't need to be taken away from. I have a question for you, Alex. Mr. Keshe says, let's connect rather than consume. Now, when the stronger meets the weaker, is the weaker consuming the stronger, in other words, or is the stronger absorbing more so it gives off its pientics to the weaker and bringing the weaker up to its level? Is the stronger being consumed by the weaker by giving, or is it maintaining its structure while at the same time pulling in more energy and giving it off as pientics to the weaker?
So the classic difference, Mark, is between being self-serving at the expense or being self-serving at the enhancement. So because we are magrets, we have the capability of being catalytic converters. We can give and take energy without being consumed. So this whole consumption notion is actually a false consumption. I mean, a false notion. The consumption is a false notion because it's just energy in motion, and the energy is everywhere. So by you setting up the pattern, you'll get the energy. It's just a question of what kind of pattern are you creating? So you have the capability of creating a very good pattern or, a less effective pattern. So, it's you could say it's like a car, some cars are in 4 cylinders and some cars are in 8 cylinders. But, each one consumes energy on its own basis. But now we have our vehicles where we don't have to rob, cheat, and steal. We can give energy and the universe will provide us energy. And those who are weaker will be elevated through that because they will get what they need. The point being, however, why are they deficient in the first place? And so that becomes the overdependence on our physicality. And so one of the beauties of the visual enhancement system is that it totally bypasses all of these blockages and restrictions, whether they are physical or emotional. We just leapfrog right over them. Because you see, the key point is the soul will not lie, because the soul is a product of the creator, and the creator is creating, and life wants to live. So, anything that is the opposite to that is not, within that frame reference. So we can enhance the weaker without being consumed, and the weaker can take without feeling obligation. except for the fact that there needs to be a gratitude, because the stronger who is feeding the weaker is only a link, only a messenger, only a go-between. And it is showing the way. And that's what we are. We are showing the way. And in addition, I would like to thank Shweta for the way she has incorporated the knowledge in her philosophy. This is a particular thank you to Shweta, because she is carrying a very important position. Marie, I believe Marie is here. She is doing something that she cannot do in our country, and we'll talk about that more in the future, but she is leading the way in the Brazilian community. And, you know, there are, I don't want to mention all the names, because all the Universal Council members are starting to take their roles seriously, because those who are paid are not doing it. So knowing by connection, we have what we have for a reason. And we now know that we can have more. So we are not demanding enough. And we are not going to demand from those who are incapable. Okay, so we have to realign ourselves with those who are capable. And we are all capable. So really, it boils down to an awareness. And once you have that awareness, then you can incorporate that into your daily life and practice. You have to practice and repeat, practice, repeat, refine, correct, but with clean intention, proper conduct, and with the essence of peace. And you don't have to just sit there on a throne and say, I'm going to get some peace. That's not the way it works. Peace is you are. You already are. It isn't something that you need to acquire. You are. It's a recognizing of what you are and what you're capable of. This is the beauty. Thanks.
Alex,
Hi.
Alex, can you hear me?
I certainly can.
Oh, thank you, my dear Alex. Thank you so, so much. And you are so kind. You are always, we felt the love. And thank you. Thank you for everything you do, the teaching, a beautiful teacher you are. And from my heart and soul, love and gratitude to you. And thank you so much again, my dear Alex. Salam, namaste, salute.
Thank you.
Would anyone else like to open their mics and maybe share some knowledge or ask a question or state something you'd like to say? Now, Mr. Kesh said that when the Indians and the Pakistanis had decided, one of them decided to take a different energy than the other one, they sort of went through a metamorphosis. Is this a word we can use in the plasma technology as the caterpillar, which is sometimes very beautiful, but it metamorphosizes into an even more beautiful butterfly? Is man going through some sort of metamorphosis as well as a sort of a transmutation or an upgrading at the same time, would you think? Because he said they took different energies, and we know we're going to be introduced to different energies that may allow us not to consume or not to kill. So are we going to see a metamorphosis within our physical structure?
Yes, definitely we are. So if you look at the hemispheric relationship of the brain, and you understand that right side of the brain affects the left side of the body, and the left side of the brain affects the right side of the body. And we understand that, from the person's perspective, say the right side is the giver and the left side is the taker. But not only. The thing is that in terms of field strength, there's an asymmetric relationship. And so that asymmetric relationship means that the left side and the right side are not symmetric. And, if you want to have a little fun, take a picture of someone that you know in, say in the public. And, you all have the capability of editing these pictures on your computers and having a little fun. Take the right side and flip it over and see how, if you take say one side, flip it over and put it together on the other side and compare that to their actual face, which has two sides that are different. You'd be startled at the difference. And in fact, if you go one step further in some of the books, when you read where they talk about out-of-body experiences, when a soul comes out of the body and they look back at their body, they are looking at it the way other people see them. But they are not, you never see yourself the way other people see you. Why? Because the only way in physicality that you see yourself is in a mirror. So you're getting the reverse image. So the true image is when you look at yourself as you step out of your body. And for a lot of people, that's quite shocking. So, you can play these games on your computer by taking a picture of yourself and then flipping it around. And, if you part your hair on the right, then your hair is parted on the left. And you see how that affects your perception of that person. It's a fun game. But I'll tell you what's really fun is when you take half and flip it over, and then take the other half and flip it over and compare the two faces. They're going to be totally different people. You'd be amazed because we don't see how the asymmetry takes over. And, when you look at a child, generally speaking, they're very symmetrical, right? Because they're truthful. But when we get into adulthood, our faces start to get more and more crooked. And this is a byproduct of our, physical existence. We will, as we come together with our true soul nature, we will not only restore our physical and emotional harmony, but we will also restore our visage, because that is a byproduct of our true nature. What do you think
Man,
about that?
yeah, interesting. Man has this double hemispheric brain, Mr. Kesh has informed us, which we all know, but he said it's not a common creation in the universe. It's not unique, but it's not that common. Do you think we'll be creating some sort of balance or creating a one-piece structure, perhaps, over time in our brains, or will we continue to live? Because now you can go from the energies to the physicality and back to the energies. Would we need a double hemispheric brain, or is this a uniqueness to our, let's say, race?
So I'm going to answer your question by referencing the convention meeting yesterday, which probably most of us attended, and there'll be I hope a copy of, so that everybody can listen to it. But what was interesting is that there's a common perception, that we will be saved by aliens.
I heard that, yes.
Well, if you're an alien, then we are alien to you, right? I'm going to referenced the fact that we have additional capability. We have this dichotomy here, or trichotomy, in fact, where we have a soul of the body and the soul of the man, and they interact together with the physicality. And I think that is a unique characteristic that we have. It is not a burden. It's not something that we say, oh, I want to get back to my spiritual self. You are your spiritual self. The physical self is a manifestation of your spiritual self. So it's just becoming aware. So I believe that this is an added capability that we have. And as such, this gives us an inherent burden. And that burden is our conduct. Because of the delay in consequences with respect to the reduced energy fields on this planet, it gives us this disjointed appearance that when the consequences are delayed, that there are no consequences. And as such, then we tend to act as hooligans. And the universe will not allow that. So the way we deal with hooligans here is we fight them, we imprison them, we outsmart them, we play games that way, okay? Who is the most deceitful, right? We are masters at playing poker. The universe doesn't do that. They know the truth. Why would you play poker if I know what your cards you have? So you can't hide, and so they don't fight. The whole essence of fighting is pointless. And I think this is what the members of the US military are finding. And the reason they're having this distress is because they are patriots. They are patriots. And when they find out the truth, that reality is harsh. And unless they have some kind of assist to clarify it for them, and it's not just them, we have drug addicts, we have prisoners, we have youth who are depressed. And right now we have a whole earth that is under pandemic siege. So, this is all wasting energy. We have the capability of building a new world, but it's new only to us here on this planet. The rest of the world is scratching their head and wondering, what are you guys doing? Get with the program. And, I don't claim any, superpower here. I am like with the rest of you. I have to every day ask myself the question, what am I doing? And, where are we going? And what are we going to accomplish? And what does it mean? And especially in a society where the only measure of our accomplishment is our financial gain. So we are all volunteers here. This is why we're here on a Sunday afternoon. We have nothing better to do, and look at the tragedy that happened yesterday, in Houston. All these people survived the pandemic, and then they went to a music festival and they couldn't survive that. This is the kind of nonsense that we are having on this planet, and this kind of conduct is not permissible, because when you look into the universe, you can see that it's well organized. So we need to step up our game, and we need a little help from our friends. And the best friend that you have, let's face it, is you.
I want to say something. Can I?
I think Liliana had her mic open, if you don't mind waiting a minute. Or
Yeah,
unless
of
she
course.
opened it by, thank you, Selena. Liliana, did you want to say something? All right, Selena, go right ahead. Although I was going to mention to Alex, you did hear that the Keshe Foundation said it was going to release technology that was going to baffle the Americans. I thought the Americans were already baffled by this technology. Selena, go right ahead.
Yeah, my belief, my understanding, I want to express. I am thinking we are changing. We are means all humanity, and if we look very deeply, we can see that, like, our hunger is getting reduced little by little, very little, but little, I believe. I heard a lot of people saying that. And then if you feel, I think everybody feel a little bit lighter than before inside, not weight loose, but lighter. That way, I am feeling some physical change. So I ask people if they're feeling that too. So I think we are changing. So someday, maybe some years later, we will see back how much we change without knowing.
Yes. I say yes to you.
Yes. Thank you. Yeah. So don't worry, everything will be okay. We are going that way.
If we could just pause for a moment, I see John is in the participants list, and John Levin. And if he'd like to provide any updates or share anything, I want to give him this opportunity to do that. I know we're all very excited about what's going on out there, but I'm not sure if he would like to provide anything or make any requests. Or thank you, John.
Let me back up a little bit with the presentation that was made. It was a very good presentation, Alex. Thank you very much. You know, the concept, and I know Alex touched on it a number of different times, and I know other people have touched on it also, but I want to bring it up one more time because I think it's very, very important that you really understand the essence of the concept of the truth that our thoughts, our words, and our actions are all important in everything that we do. So when I see people like Kay and Shweta, and you know, in the past there's been Doug McDonald and a lot of other people, they've made kind comments in the chats and dialogue. They're making a difference, and it's those, in this case, the words. In other times, it's the thoughts, and in other times, it's the actions that are making a difference in the world that we live in. And we just do it one word at a time, one thought at a time. And it's like we're planting a garden of our future. So don't underestimate the value of those words, the actions, and the thoughts. I've shown experiments to many people that I've interacted with, how, you know, I can take through dowsing, I can take and measure the energy fields of their thoughts, where if their thoughts are pure and loving, their energy field is bigger. If their thoughts are, you know, I'm weak, I can't do this or that, then their energy field is shrunk. But when your energy field is shrunk, just think of it as your aura, then you lose a connection to a greater connection to the people around you and the universe as a whole. If it's bigger, then you create a bigger field of influence, if you will. So when I see words, that, are put in the chat and talked about, those energy fields are being expanded. And it's part of how we learn to grow through. We started with Ganses, and we talked about the energy fields of Ganses, but we're moving towards this concept of our energy fields and how important our energy fields are. Because everything that the devices that we see, like the universal body enhancement systems and the eye units and all of those tools, if we allow our soul to grow and develop, our soul will be able to influence the fields and the people around us, much like I use the analogy of Jesus. When he walked into a village, the whole village was changed. We have the potential to be that type of change maker, where our energy field will be strong enough where we can give enough energy where we can heal another person. These are all things that we kind of move towards in our evolution as we work with this science. They always talk about where the science meets the soul. Well, now we see how the science is meeting the soul, and we have these opportunities now to, even if we're not making GANs or doing anything else, there's a lot of things that you can do to grow yourself personally, and even the foundation by your thoughts, your actions, and your words. So I salute the teachers that we have, Alex, Mark, Jalal. I saw Marie in there, Raphael. All of those teachers, when they're teaching other people, they're sharing their words and their thoughts in a way that it's like you're planting a garden, and that garden, can one day sprout, a lot of fresh vegetables and a good harvest, because you took the time, you took your energies, and you planted that garden with your words and your thoughts and your actions. So I salute these teachers. It's one of the things when Mr. Kesh, like for example, when we see Mr. Kesh talk, his words impact us. When Alex talks, his words impact us. So there's a lot to be said for, the work that we're all doing. And each of us does it in our own way, but it's all contributing to the whole. That's why, the foundation is moving forward, because there's so many people that are doing little things that are making a bigger difference. So I want to just say that. Let me go into what's going on in Arizona. In Arizona, we're going to be receiving these eye units. The eye units are much more than just an eye unit. Their capabilities will be such that they can deal with things like Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, possibly even some autism cases. They also will regrow, or not, regrow is the right word. The neurons within the brain, so that these people that had, serious brain injuries will be able to, correct their deficiencies through a brain that's more healed. So the way that in terms of the eyes, what it does is it actually reconnects the neurons to the eye area, such that the blind can see again. Those with traumatic illness or traumatic injuries to the eyes can be corrected. So it'll be a big game changer. And we're going to have enough of these units where we'll be able to assist with veterans hospitals and the veteran community to make a big difference in initiating the peace process, where we let the people that know that are going to be getting these free treatments, that the treatments are a gift from the Iranian community, so that we start to build this relationship that shows that there's good people on earth, and just because they live in this country or that country, they're still good people and they still care. And hopefully it'll snowball into a bigger understanding of our universal community. So that's exciting stuff. And hopefully before the end of the year, the first universal body enhancement units will show up, with a couple going into our facility. And those will be redesigned from the original configuration, and there'll be some newer technologies within them that will, let's just say it'll I don't want to say it. It'll connect us to, or connect the user to, or have the capabilities to connect the user to the universal community. So it's exciting stuff that's coming forward. And the Arizona's facility will also become a showplace where the science and the soul can meet in a way that an entire community in Arizona will be changed. It's not just for Arizona, but you'll see a lot of change in the dynamics of the community, because these units, it's like everybody that goes into them will be changed. So it's like a ray of sunshine is now, everybody that goes in is now a ray of sunshine for another person and another family and another, everybody that they interact with. So it's exciting, and I'm glad to be a part of it. That's all I got, Mark.
I'm glad you are a part of it. And John, could we also refer to these centers or these processing facilities as a dignity restoration facility? I was so touched by the person in China who was processed through the unit, even though he might have been a very important man. I'm sure all the doctors and others told him, listen, there's no hope. And as we know, he had gotten worse. And we see this with the orphanages as well, about restoring the dignity of the people. Do you want to comment on that?
I like that that word, because a lot of people have kind of lost hope. And once you get into these difficult conditions, you don't see a light at the end of the tunnel other than a life with this disability. And it can take the
Wind out of your sails.
wind out of the sails, yeah. And it will be refreshing to see, some of these people coming out of these systems where their life is now different, and to hear their testimonials. It's like it'll be like watching like when you saw the guy in China, it has an impact, just watching that, you're making a difference, that the foundation's making a difference. Now, Arizona is not going to be by itself. It's a starting place, but as you see in this picture that you're looking at, there's plans to put centers around the world. And those plans could move very quickly once the initial units get shown, get results behind them, and people understand fully exactly what's on the table in terms of a new paradigm for the way we treat disease and illnesses. Back to you, Mark.
Thank you, John. That was elevating, right? What you said right there. And again, it's important with the words and the thoughts and the actions as well about creating these fields. I'm sure someone who has a disability and who has lost hope is really creating some not positive fields. And can we blame them? Because everyone around them told them, you'll always be in a wheelchair. There's no hope. Science can't help you. So they really become down and dejected. But what a beautiful thing to think we can restore the dignity of a person. And once it is restored, I don't think they'll ever hopefully go back to their old way of thinking me, and nobody else.
Yeah, right, you are. And, these centers going up, around the world, will, start to make a dent in how we transition from where we're at today to the world we want to go to. And each one of these people that now have a different energy about them and different thoughts about them, they're now able to contribute to the collective rather than taking energy from the collective. So it really is all about, our collective energies, and how the world changes. And the more people that we, change or even see the change, sometimes you don't have to be the one in the pod. Maybe it's somebody that's in the pod, all of a sudden, you see that, their healing brings you hope. And like you say, dignity.
Yes, very nice. I thought you might have come here for recruiting someone, but we can all help you just by what you said about thinking good thoughts about Arizona, about adding fields to it, creating plasmas that you can use. And you don't even have to be aware of it, do you? We can do this silently, couldn't we?
Exactly, Mark. That's the big key takeaway, is that your thoughts make a difference. So, if your thoughts are, thoughts of success and the the foundation being, part of the change and how you contribute to it. Those thoughts are, it's like it's like the law of attraction. You attract those fields that you put out into the universe. So it does make a difference. And as long as your vibration is high enough, and I know a lot of the people in the foundation, their vibration is high enough that those thoughts are, multiplied times 10 versus maybe 2-3 years ago, where those thoughts were maybe a lot weaker. Because they do have the people around the foundation, I see a lot of them have the right vibration. So it makes, those people and those thoughts are amplified. Their fields are bigger already. Their energy fields are bigger.
And of course,
all of you are, yeah.
yes. And of course, you're aware that Mr. Kesh had proposed 100 processing centers across North America. I'm sure you're aware of that.
I am. It's one step at a time.
No, I know.
100 doesn't come overnight, but
I
yes.
agree. Yes.
Good evening. Sorry to come in at this point. I wonder how you got this picture, which is on the screen. Where does it come in? Is that from you, John, or?
Actually, it's from you, Mr. Kesh.
No, it's not from me. I think you shared it one time in some meeting. I've seen it before, but I didn't put it up.
No, I thought it comes from your folder. In respect to what John was saying, as John is part of the whole of the Keshe Foundation structure as top management, we can clearly announce that we will build, we have arranged and structured the finance for it to build one enhancement center in every capital nation on this planet within the next 2 years. And we foresee to open at least one enhancement center in every state in the United States in the next 3 years. And the Keshe Foundation has arranged that what we call the Arizona Enhancement Center will go a step up to become an institute center, the same as LIDS. And it's more or less everything has been laid out, everything has been sorted. The biggest problem we have is to increase the manufacturing at the Chinese end, which is being able to produce in excess of 100 units a month to meet what we want to do. And this has become more or less not possible. So we are looking into manufacturing 50% of the enhancement units in Iran, because Iran and China are the only nations we can produce these huge spheres in parts with the technology exists. The rest of the world has lost it. We can do it in Japan, but it's too expensive, too cumbersome, and it's impossible to work with Japanese. So what John was saying is that, yes, we are committed, and we are in the process of completing the financing of the opening one enhancement center in every capital of every nation. Thus now the production has started, we have no problem. And if we cannot reach the enhancement centers, we can start with what we call the vision and the horizontal units, which are very effective systems. Keshe Foundation, as of 1st of November, has moved into a new dimension of work. So in what John said, our limitation now is the production end, and we have to see how we can sort that side out with the new technologies. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kesh. Have you had any feedback from yesterday's session?
Can I ask a
Yesterday's
question?
session, yes.
Go ahead.
Yesterday's session was, if you noticed, we brought a new topic into discussion. We knew the Americans are online. We were told the way it was set up, people from Washington were listening, and we made a very clear line of discussion. The Iranian negotiation will start on the 8th, and what they call 28th, around about 28th of November, around 27, 28. And in that process, we laid out some markers, as we call it. And it was deliberate to do that for the American administration, and we will see their feedback in the negotiations. The second part, or the last quarter of the presentation, was targeted on the American administration, if you became aware of it, and part of putting the new markers down for the peace talks. We will see the reaction in Vienna when the talks start. If you look at what is coming out of Iranian leadership, especially in past week, more or less everything is in line with what the Kesh Foundation has requested in past 6 months. That we change the position, we bring a new dimension to show the new technology, and we support the peace talks between not 5+1, but at the same time, as we said on the teaching of Thursday, the situation with Palestine has to be as part of it. When we call it Palestine, that includes Israel and Palestinians together as one state with 2 sections or 2 parts. And secondly, this is on the prime list of our discussions in negotiations. We will take massive actions through, we have already received agreements in the background regarding to stop the nation of Belgium to be involved so heavily in pedophilia and child trafficking. And it's part of the negotiation if we get it our way. Now that we sorted out the weapons and arms and nuclear, now it's time to, while this committee sits, to sort out step by step a lot of things. The same, because if you look at it, as I said in 2 weeks, 3 weeks ago, every member of every religion sitting on this committee, 5+1, Christian, the Jews, the Muslims, the Hindus, and everybody else. And then we have at the same time the major decision makers financial in the world, which is China, US, Russia, and European community on the table. And we have to sort out the position of the borders. Border control goes out of the view. So we will see setting up of the new structures in control of the movement, or in a way to what we do with the presence of the new fast systems which are coming into operation. The spaceship, what we call the flight system, is under manufacturing in China at the moment. It's not that we can stop it. We have placed orders, and in the next 4 or 6 weeks, they'll be in Linz. You can literally go in and sit and watch and be part of it. So it's just how it's taking shape and how we will announce step by step we have on our plan within the next 12 months to open 5 centers: Tehran, Beijing, London, New York. Will go under the process of massive structures of CO2 absorption system to reduce pollution. We have already positioned the finances for it, and this is how we're going to show the technology, not by talk. Tens of millions have been committed to these projects. We will announce it, and you will see the structures will be built around, financed by the Keshe Foundation. We are not looking at anyone to finance us, anyone to support us. We will implement in these cities to reduce pollution, and in a pollution in a way to absorb CO2. And the credit for us comes when we cash in the what we call the CO2 absorption credits that allows us to finance more in the further down the line. And these things we will see. Keshe Foundation has geared up into a multi-billion structure set up in the coming years. And we are not looking to go to no one. We just offer building of these centers for CO2 centers into the nations, and we build it. We are not requesting any special offers, but or what we call, or we build and we show how we can change the position, and we capture the CO2, we can change the environment. These are our targets, and the foundation is in the process of finalizing sections of it, parts of it, and then we'll see. With the backing we receive from governments and others, we truly become a force in the world of the science space and the rest of it.
Thank you so much for your words, Mr. Keshe. It's very reassuring. I pray every day for North America. And this is really, really welcome news. Thank you so much.
Good evening, Mr. Keshe. Yesterday, I watched a report that says the whole world coming for a real problem with transportation, because there is a lot of goodies in the from the shipping waiting in the ports. They cannot deliver, and they cannot what you call in and out because of lack of transport. So this one will not affect in the time to come the goodies of Keshe Foundation in and out.
I don't understand.
They are saying the shipment is increased about 25% from, let's say, 2019 because of the what they call a lot of countries open up to works, and they need supplement. So the offering is short, so the demand is very high. So they produce a lot of things, but the problem is not by the shipping. It's the problem in the port delivering this shipments. They do not have a lot of transport.
We know, for example, that in LA, imports 40% of the US imports, just one port, one part. And they have problem due Corona and the other things which now has caused a massive backlog of ships getting into the port. And even they don't think there'll be products for Christmas in the shop, even though they're shipped months before. The same is in England. The problem with the shipping is that they went through a sluggish time with Corona. The Chinese did not stop in a way, but the West stopped. The big companies, they stopped shipping out of the fear of whatever, that people will be out of job, they won't have no money, what should we bring in? And we saw that in the West very clearly. Many shelves, especially anything which used to be Chinese origin, were empty. You walk to supermarkets, which they had 2 or 3 rows of the products, which was always originally came to, disappeared overnight. They would not do because they were not sure. And then now this picked up, and there is nobody can do this. The problem is accumulating, and it will not be so easy. I don't see even the Chinese see a solution to it. The Chinese now, all our factories are 3 days operation because the cost of the coal is too much. All the Chinese factories, district by district, get 3 days of non-operation, 2 days no electricity. And the weekends, they make sure you don't have electricity. And we all go back on generation, and this affects everyone. And this is a part of the economy. Nobody can help, nobody can do anything. We had a hiccup. These are the back end waves of it.
It takes years to solve this problem.
It would not take years, because what we see, especially in the American European structure of the retail, everything has a date, expiry date, except some pots and pans and whatever. This is where the problem will come. We are negotiating with a number of the African nations to extend the shelf life, but in the ports, a lot of food commodities will go into waste. They literally will empty containers into the seas, into oceans, because what's not delivered on time will not meet the time, it will expire. There is a huge structure problem coming up in the background. the food shortages next year will be extensive. In England, they already have lack of drivers, but they have the food, the same as America. And the European driver unions has not allowed any of the drivers to switch to UK. UK is short of drivers shops. A lot of shops are short of different materials. They have a fuel problem. Our English guys here can tell you, but it will not be solved. It will not be solved. And we just sit on the sideline and watch what's the next.
But we have the solution, Mr. Cash.
Yes, we have the solution. The solution sits in many of the ways if you know how to use the technology. We keep on teaching in a very soft way, explaining for people what to do, but apparently it's a wind flow. It goes through one ear and goes the other way.
Not all the time.
No knowledge seeker, if it comes to the crunch, should be suffering from hunger or disease or cold or lack of energy. No knowledge, because there's all the knowledge is there how to do it, and everything has been gone through step by step.
Look like everything created artificially to suffer the human.
A lot of it is not artificial, a lot of it is reality. You got to realize Keshe Foundation is in a vertical position. We design, technology belongs to us. We manufacture, we try to get to retail, but now we see problems we didn't have before, and it's deliberate. When we shipped the first enhancement units from China, from the factory to our factory in Austria, door to door was 14 days. Now there are over 2,000 Chinese rail, trains in a backlog down the line in Bulgaria and Poland. And the Chinese never thought they'll have this. And now delivery is 50 days. Europeans deliberately went to sabotage the success of Chinese. That's all it was. Deliberately sabotaging. It's a war against each other. It's not the way it used to be.
Yes, human beings suffering, normal people.
Aren't we who elected them?
I don't think so. Government is the problem. There is bigger problem, bigger than government.
I remember the soul of the totality, which is moving, and this soul need to be learned. You know, if you look at it like a human body,
Yes.
you have different area in your body, but the collective, although sometimes the physicality against the emotion or the emotion against the physicality, but collective, it's moving.
Yes.
So it's the same thing happen in the bigger community. But Mark, when you brought the topic of India and Pakistan, did
Yes.
in reality anyone knows what is the difference?
Just a comment, Jalal, your mic, there's a connection problem. We're getting a little bit of clicking there periodically, just to let you know.
In my mic?
I think it's your mic, yes. Or
Is
the
it okay now?
wire. Yes, it is.
Or is my voice maybe?
No, not your voice at all. It's an electrical connection. We can hear it snapping.
Okay. What is behind the change between India and Pakistan? In reality, go to the science behind it. Isn't it the difference between the level of the physicality and the level of the emotion? And if we know the isotopes of the copper can reach the zinc, which is related to the emotion, can't we go a little bit step higher in learning process? As Mr. Kat said, all the knowledge seekers is safe, but we need to go back to the teachings and learn how to be safe and teach the others how to be. A lot of things need to be understood. Once you understand it in the master state of it, you can replicate it in your higher physicality and the emotion.
If you understand, talk openly, then people will know.
Sorry, what you said?
I say, if you understand, talk openly, then people will know.
But we are all connected. It's we need to understand, and then we change it to our physicality and emotion and work the same basic. If you know what, making the connection between what we are doing from the this matter state plasma. What is the difference between a copper and a zinc? And you have it, copper related to physicality and the zinc related to the emotion. When we achieve something with this, we call it ganses, we cannot replicate it by our soul and emotion and physicality. And we know the interaction of the two create a soul. It's only understanding. That's all. That's what we need. How to elevate the physicality to reach the emotion, or we elevate the emotion to reach the physicality.
A lot of us, we understand that, but we can't do that. That is the problem. We have to find a way how to do.
We need only to understand the process. That's all.
What was said by Mr. Kesh about when we go to space, working free plasmas are readily available to us. Here on Earth, the free plasma is harder to achieve, as I understand it. Does anyone want to make any comments in regard to that? Because he said in space, that's all you have is free plasmas.
Yes, some of my experience, I understood. If we go to space, we don't need to eat and nothing. Everything is there. Every need satisfied. But in Earth, we don't know how to do that.
Look what you are saying, guys. Understand what you are saying. You are saying in the space, everything's free.
Yes.
Okay. Why don't you, and you are here, why don't you make this magnet to collect this energy from the space? As we are doing, aren't we collecting this, what we call amino acid in our reactors?
Yes, we are doing little by little. I understood that. I told Alex like half an hour ago, right? About that. We are changing. We feel, I think so, we don't feel that much hunger like before, and our body getting lighter. I know we are changing. So it need to be faster. But we are changing, I'm sure. Why is quiet everything? Hi, Jalal.
Yes. Oh,
Say
I'm
something.
sorry. I I am washing gadgets in the background. Sorry.
Yes, somebody say something.
Yeah, well, we are in it. Yes, that's for sure. But more souls involved in really wishing, and you have, here you cannot take, because all related to physicality and emotion. In a space you have everything free, and it is a higher level. So just thinking about it, it will, it will give you a way to reach this this magraph, as we say. Is everything is magraph, and there is an energy outside there, let's say 80 kilometer above, and we can make this magnets, and we are doing it in this small level of the matter state. Cannot we achieve a higher level, and we have 50, 60, 70 kilo of ganses inside us? We are not lack of of le- of uh, of intelligence, but we need to, as Mr. Sakai said, the knowledge is there. I taught you everything. Only we need to understand the process.
We better start studying harder, perhaps, because they're saying here, if you want your toilet paper, you better go along with what we want you to do.
Mark, yesterday there was a comment that the epicenter is in Europe again. And in some ways, we know that the dividend from this pandemic has been helpful because it's clearly demonstrating what is working, what is not working. But it's throwing more oil in the fire in another way as well. Is there any comment on from the European community on how you see that impact?
No, I'm going to pass on that. We've been asked not to get into that whatsoever. We know we're past that. We know we have some of the solutions and other solutions. So I'm just going to pass on that.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. Mark, I'm just going to take this opportunity here to thank everybody for coming to the North American Corona Team meeting, the North American International. team meeting. And I thank you all again for allowing me to present. This is quite an extraordinary trip for me, and I hope it's enjoyable for you as well. And I look forward to meeting you all next week. And I also thank all the knowledge seekers for the input, and especially Mr. Kesh. And it's so good to hear your voice also, John. I pray for Arizona every day, as I said. And well, we pray for this planet. That's what we all do. So I'm going to sign off to you, Mark, and
Okay.
we'll carry on. Thank you so much.
It seems as if Mr. Kesh would like to entertain any questions today. So if anyone has some questions they'd like to ask, please feel free to do so. Otherwise, I'm going to go to the Dome of Peace, which we didn't get to present up in the beginning. And as John said, the spraying of the Dome of Peace, I'm likening it to creating a garden or tilling the soil, or just putting these ganses into the environment for the elevation of the soul of this planet. But I think once these systems, and we don't know exactly what Mr. Kesh is creating here, this network, I think there's some energy, that even more energy that could go into what you have already sprayed. As we know, the GANS does have intelligence. I think it wasn't always that way, but I think it was engineered to be that way. It does know where to go and what to do. So I think it's a very important and sometimes overlooked. It even seemed a little silly to me at first, but now I know more, and it's not silly. It's actually doing what your intentions are to have it do. But I think once this network of systems is created, it will help us to achieve even more in that same area of peace and elevation of the soul of this planet. And of course, the soul of this planet is directly connected to our souls.
Hello, Mark.
Go right ahead, Jefferson. Thank you.
Hi, Mike. Hello, everybody. Thank you, Alex, for your teachings. Jalal, Mr. Kesh, always a honor. John, I'd like to say thank you for your teaching, for the interaction with the soul. That's wonderful. And I would like to share with you all. Just a thought in one idea that I had, that I created, not created, but I just brought something that I call it the Earth Enhanced Unit. If you, Mark, could you allow me to share one picture?
For sure.
Is it possible?
For sure.
So I will share, then you can, we can talk about it.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Just take over, Mark.
Hey, Alex, just a second.
He's going to share his screen, Alex. So I think
Not screen, just one picture that I don't know how to get in this. Okay.
Maybe you can describe to us.
Yes, I can share. I found
Okay,
it.
we see your screen. Thank you.
Yeah, you can see.
Yes, it says you are viewing Jefferson's screen.
So you can see the system that I have done. It's a toilet water system. You can see it, Mark?
Okay, I was looking at it vertically. We're actually taking a picture down through the holding tank. Now I see it, yes.
Yeah, so that's the Earth Enhanced Unit that I made.
Nice.
I put just some GANs of yes. gas cup number 1, then cup number 2, and the little one, the green. In the middle, I put let's say, the 1 nanocoated copper coil, just to create the flux. But I'm sharing with you all because the feeling and the emotion that with every time that we flush,
And we probably already have one of these, don't we all probably have one of these devices in our residence?
Yes, because we are just putting out, but it is created. And every time that you flush, you just go and send your, it's an incredible emotion that we feel
Very
when we flush.
nice. Very nice.
You know,
very
because,
ingenious.
Yes, that's I would like to share, not the ingenious, but the idea, because of the water, after we flush, in my idea, it goes to the sewer, and to the sewer to the rivers, and to the rivers to the sea. But it takes in the physicality or in the transition, it takes every single cell of water through the everywhere underground as well in our planet.
Even your guests coming over are helping to spread the plasma water, even though they don't realize they're spreading the plasma water.
Yes, that's when Alex said today in his wonderful teaching that when you sit in your throne, you feel different because you receive the fields from down under and from the back as well. No, it's a very interesting feeling every time that you flush. So that's very inexpensive system. We all have the gases or water, and in the physicality, we just go through the sewer, and the water will take it even from the ancient systems, because we have underground another world that were left behind from our ancestors. So we can connect with them, with our planet, because in my view, the sun created the earth and the earth created us. So maybe we can make this connection, all of us together, Yeah, that's the thing that I'd like to share.
Thank you.
And ask if you.
Very good. And as John said, we can do it this way with the fields of the GANs, but we can, or the PM ticks that the GANs is releasing, but we can also do it with our thoughts and our words as well. If we want to move completely.
But the PM ticks are being shared with the plasma, the
beautiful
Caroline.
I like the idea. Very nice.
This
is
brilliant.
It works. It works very nice. You cannot understand after you do this, every time that you flush, that you not see or hear the noise of the flush, you feel very, very nice, because you're giving freely to the sewer, to the earth, that's what I'd like to share with you. I just made it this week, so I didn't share even in our community there. I just put some picture, but I changed because I made it just like a reactor, and I put a nano coated coil just for the physicality to understand that there is a motion inside there from one to another. But I think it's we can change the things from down under to the top, not from only top to the down. It's just a view.
No, I think you could definitely, yes, create a little system here that people that aren't familiar with it could retrofit their toilets to do the same.
Yeah. If you have it 7, 10, or 1 bathroom or no bathroom, just put it inside. It will do the job, because this technology is amazing. And if
Yeah.
you can get this idea to put our energy and our thoughts and the correct, let's say correct between us, but
Thoughts,
our
yes.
really good
Fellowship
intention.
cuántos años hace.
Thank you.
Well done,
That's it.
Jefferson. Well done.
Yeah, yes, Jalal, thank you. You make part of it, because I understood many teachings of you, Alex, Mr. Cash mainly, and Mark, everyone, Marie, all the teachers, the official teachers, not even the official teachers.
And
Everybody,
yeah,
teacher.
and
Yeah,
Mr.
it's
Cash
amazing.
kept reinforcing the idea that we're all students and we're all teachers.
Yes, Mark.
It's
That's
us
it.
who deny. Is there someone
Yeah,
writing on this drawing? Oh, it must be Dan.
Yeah, but if everybody shared its own knowledge in the single way that's available for everyone in this world, anyone can do, anyone can make you one cup of life, anyone can put in the sewer system, water system, and the things will change from the earth because it's connected to the sun. They are connected. And I'd like to say to Alex about the carbogen. I think it's a very nice idea because we have oxygen, hydrogen, and nitrogen, but we don't have a carbogen in this mixture. That's the creator. The gen is the creator. The suffix meaning is the creator in the creator.
The generator.
So, the generator, yes, the generator of creation, like hydrogen. Hydro is water. The gen is the generator of water in the meaning. Huh? Thank you, Alex.
Thank you. I got 1 vote. Yay.
What's that?
You're my first vote.
The first vote? No. Oh, yes, I am. I understood and yeah, I agree because all of the others components of these amino acids, they have gene. The carbonic is only one that does not have, and I'd like to know in our teaching or everybody about the carbon 14. That's the connection with the universe.
So we will call you Jefferson.
No. I just sharing this Sunday, a wonderful Sunday. Always, all Sundays are wonderful because we are all together. And but
Well, another way that I've done that is just to wrap a tube around the incoming water to the home. And that way everything is basically has plasma water in it, whether it's from the sink or the shower or the toilet. I'm going to share my screen now.
I stopped sharing, but I think it's good because we can have it coming and going. It depends the view, just like magnetic gravitation.
Right, and even people exiting the restroom, you can tell them, you've helped elevate the soul of this planet, and they'll never make the connection until you show them.
Yeah, they don't have no idea. Mainly after the dinner. Well,
very nice.
They have no idea. Yeah. That's what I would like to share. Then I will share here in Brazil and try to, because if everyone does this, it will work. It's just simple as this technology. It works, but we must just make it in the physicality to discover the transition, the emotions, then.
I think Leanna is trying to pull up some pictures to share with us. Leanna, are you going to continue to look for those?
Just like 1 minute, please.
Oh, take your time. Take your time.
Thank you.
We have more time than we're aware of, or more existence in the universe than we've ever been aware of before. So we're really not rushing.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, everybody. Thank you,
Very
Mr. Keshaw.
creative, Jefferson. Thank you.
No, you're welcome, John. Mark. Anytime, different things that we should share
Yeah.
You just share, a small thing. I know that's not, but I kindly said that's the Earth enhanced unit, because in my view, you're gonna
Very nice.
interact with our planet plasma in the core. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Well, I'd like to add to the field.
I
One
thought you
word
did
last.
last week. You put a
I'm
whole.
going to keep adding.
Excellent.
Last week, Alex talked about Plasmagen, and I just put it together today. I created in Canada Post, when you want to ship something, they give you a discount. So I had to have a name for my company and Canada Post. So I put Plasmagen. So thank you, Alex, for putting my shipping company into our teachings.
Oh, great. Randy, so do I get any royalties?
Yeah, maybe we can work that out.
Okay.
But this is how the fields of our energies work together. I did that last year, and here you bring the word out today. So the magnetic field of our sharing on the other levels of awareness is more than I think everyone can really understand about this. What I did last week also was, here in the wintertime, we put these reflective poles up down the driveway so that the man that plows the snow out knows not to go off the road. So what I did was I put cup one, I wrapped cup one with a piece of wire around all the poles. I went out to check them the next day, and they all had flown off. They flew right off and landed on the ground. So was that the plasma telling me it didn't like the copper wire? Every one of them. The little tube, I had it in a plastic tube. So that's interesting. We'll see what happens when I put them on with duct tape instead so they don't fall off. So we'll see what happens this winter, but you can sure tell the energy field when you walk down the lane now. So these are the things that I try to do to keep the property here and everything. Let's make it the biggest dome we can around our land, people. Do everything you can. I'd like to put it in the trees next year along the whole road from the main road. So day by day, we're going to increase the field strength here on the planet. That's all I have to share. I'll pass the talking stick back to you, Mark.
Thank you very much, Randy. And thank you for co-hosting as well.
Okay, I could do a share screen.
Please do.
Okay. Screen. Okay. Okay, so this is hello everybody. This is Leanna in Hawaii, calling from Hawaii. And this is just a plasma field or fields shown on this water bottle here this is just what happens when we take a water bottle from the grocery store and put it in our freezer. So no plasma water, totally sealed. And you can see that it's permeated by the fields. Like you can see this central like soul and all these different layers, and maybe there's multiple souls, I'm not exactly sure, but we just thought it was pretty fascinating to take. We know every water pretty much from our house. We can't like every time we freeze ice, basically it's carrying a plasma field signature, and it's just unique, right? And I just thought when I saw the Ganses and the toilets and the field transfer, this is just like field transfer through the air and the environment at our home from being people who make Gants and spray it around. So
looks like each one has its own. Looks like each one has its own personality, or almost like a snowflake. Well, maybe you're not familiar with snowflakes being in Hawaii. It looks like you've also taken the cap off these bottles before you froze them, yes?
No, it was totally sealed. It was just so that we could thaw it out a little bit and run it under the sink water. And then Jed cut the plastic off. So this is actually just ice. We ended up cutting the bottle off of we cut the bottle off of it, you know? It's just what was inside the water bottle from the store, but it was sealed when it was frozen. this is just what happened after we, yeah, took it off and rinsed it. And I don't know, it's just interesting. And yeah, that's all I wanted to share. I mean, we have a lot of other cool things. I think I had mentioned on the reactor group that our coffee is like much bigger than ever. And we haven't been like heavily treating it or anything like that. After hearing about the 3,000 CO2 bottles around the fields in China for the cotton growth, we realized what we need to start doing with all of our recycling now. But every Sunday, pretty much for the last, like, since the Peace Dome, since like Kesh gave us Cup of Life, Jed has been spraying around the land and around like the walkways and stuff. So not even every tree gets sprayed, but just from having the field sprayed around, we notice our coffee's for sure bigger than ever, and our larger harvest and larger beans, and even some beans are double beans. So instead of having 2 inside, it has 4 inside. And anyways, the fields, as they spread, they are making a difference, like even though we can't see them. So something as simple as flushing your GANs down the toilet or putting plasma bottles in the back of the toilet, that's awesome. And just like every little thing we can do to spread those fields, the better. Yeah, so I can stop screen sharing now.
Thank you.
And
They
thank
would
you
make
guys for
they
allowing me
would
to
make
step in.
great screensavers. Perhaps you'd like to forward a couple of those to Rick for the reactor group. And he can expand it and just use it as a background. It's very unique. Each one seems to have its own uniqueness, yes?
Yep, it does. I mean, I could actually pull up a lot more pictures and show even more like unique plasma ice, but I know there's a lot more important things to talk about probably than how beautiful plasma ice is. So
It's all
I
important.
just,
Maybe even a drop
all
of
right.
food coloring would give it a different effect as well.
Yeah, I'm sure. Anyways, thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Kesh. Thank you for always talking about Palestine. And that's honestly like one of the heaviest issues on my heart is when I see what's happening there and how life has been for so long for the people there. So I hope we can all remember them and remember everyone in suffering, that we can give as much as we can, because we have to live to see the change. You know, we have to do whatever we can to be a part of it, even if we don't understand. Just like a simple prayer, so a simple pure prayer can give so much. So please, everybody, remember them and all those that are oppressed. And thank you guys. Love you all so much.
Okay, let's cover the Dome of Peace. As we know, many domes apparently end. I think when he said and I'm not sure how big these moles are, what Mr. Kesh referred to in China, they sort of measure it by a mole or moles. I think it's 600 yards, or is it 600 acres? I am not sure, but they're rather large pieces of farm, and I don't think you're in that large there. And that's probably why so many bottles were used, but very effective, as we've seen from Wan Lin and her interview with some of the farmers. And they all seem to be very happy as well. Especially, who wouldn't if you've increased your harvest by 1/3 or more and shortened your growing season?
We don't have the measurements for like the data right now. We only have like one report from many years ago when this farm was under conventional care. So hopefully, but we don't have it like from last year, any recent one, but hopefully this year we'll be able to take some measurements and start contributing to the more, you know, concrete evidence of this technology and its usefulness. Because we tell people, we share it, and a lot of people they just don't take ownership of it really to try to learn more, or to it's like not proven enough to them or something, even though we're showing them our results. You know, I don't know.
Yeah, no, Mr. Kesh has brought this up of the way people like to dismiss you, where they say, show me first and then we'll believe. But Mr. Kesh said, it's basically not on our shoulders, it's on your shoulders. And again, in the meeting we were in on Saturday, he said that we've already shown it in Iraq as well. So you may want to pull that up, but it's not your obligation, it's their obligation. As Mr. Kesha said, it's every man's obligation to investigate and understand this knowledge for themselves.
What did he just mean by 660 M2 is one MOL?
Jason, I'm going to stop you right here.
I asked you what Mr. Kesh said in the chat. That's all. Goodbye.
Okay, let's continue into the Dome of Peace.
Mark, I'm sorry. Mr. Kesh just posted something in the chat.
Okay, here it is. 660 M2 meters squared is 1 mole. In other words, they don't measure it by hectares or acres. They measure it by moles, what are called moles in China. So 1 mole is 660 meters squared. Okay, and that's what that meant, Jason.
To find it.
Oh, no problem.
Link?
Yeah, no problem. Okay, I will look for it. I don't know if anyone want to read this demo piece. Anyone want to offer?
I
With
will
a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Ah! Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This is from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
So as we said, and John said earlier, we are actually tending a garden here in a way, and everyone can participate in this spraying. I don't know if anyone has any stories, but I've been doing it every week. And we're just going around the city to different areas, to parks and parking lots and hospitals and different places, and just giving good intentions to the GANs. And as I said, they know where to go and what to do. But I think there's going to be more, and I sort of had a dream like that, but just more or less thoughts where we would see, once these systems are all networked together, that we will see maybe, and this is just a thought of mine, we'd see some of this GAN start to luminesce, especially in the dusk or at nighttime. And then we can go and fill in the rest of these spots that aren't covered with the GANs. And that was just my thought. And again, it's rather simple, but there's a very effective method here. And we know that this helps to basically elevate the soul of the planet in so many ways. We don't understand exactly how. Maybe it's the soul seeing the souls that it created actually feeding back to it, since we're all taking from the planet so much, whether it's oil or whether it's water or whether it's minerals or salts or everything. And any being would not probably feel great if you're being picked at all the time. And we know with this technology, we can actually stop picking the planet clean or damaging the planet. We think it's useful, but it's actually not. Mining is going to end, and many of the other creations that we go and destroy on this planet is going to end. So I just, if anyone has anything they'd like to add, but I would just encourage you to be bold and go out there, whatever time you choose. And of course, you don't have to do it on Sunday, as Jefferson's doing it how many times a day, but it's a collective effort on Sunday where we all adding our fields at the same time and with the same intention to bring about a permanent peaceful condition or life of this planet. So I just thought I would cover that briefly, but it's very important. And like I said, I thought at first I was doing it, but I really didn't feel that I was doing much. But I think now, I am doing more, and we can all do more. And this is our collective effort on elevating the soul of this planet to a peaceful. And he said this is one of the greatest movements by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life on this planet. So if you're participating, thank you. If you're not, come on board. And even in the summer, I'm going to set something up at the beach. We have a beach area over here. And I'm going to set some bottles up on the table. And just as the passersby, I'm sure they'll be curious to see what's going on. Maybe I'll have a little placard and help create peace on this planet, and let them pick from a bottle, whether it's peace, love, harmony, balance, and so on. And it'll just be kind of cute. And hopefully I'll have a camera where we can sort of photograph and interact with them. Anyone else on spraying? And
hello, Mark.
Yes, Jefferson.
May I share another picture?
Of course.
Okay, I will share. Yes, that's
not a problem
the
for us.
vision. Yeah, I don't know what's the time going on. Yes.
Okay, we see your screen. Ah, this looks like the Universal Cup.
Yes,
of
that's
universe.
the Universal Cup that I have done. So that I made. The interesting thing that I had it left without any connection for 1 or 2 months. And after I made the one connection, it creates different forms of just the way that you can see this.
I see the
picture.
amino acid right here. It looks like a person almost.
Yes.
I see that and one
person,
in the background, sort of looking out of the cup.
Yes, that's it. Let me see if you can change this, because it's very interesting. That's I share, and they are changing every day. Every day they change. This is the connection, and I would like to ask to Mr. Cash, what's not wrong or right, but this is the cup that I have made.
And those are amino acids floating?
Yes.
Okay.
Amino acids. I cannot see the GANs because due to the color of the outer core is just like a skull. I just looking at in the physicality to
Why
the
is it why is it only a half a picture? Where's the rest of it?
Yes, the problem is with my cell phone and my skill to deal with this thing.
Yeah,
But,
it's very nice. I
I will
see the
try to-
figures. Yeah.
I will try to give you a front view. 1 second. I will stop sharing this one to try to bring another one.
Okay.
You know, I haven't been so good on this.
That's okay. I'm not very good at it myself.
Yes.
Let me know when you start to share, and then I'll bring that screen right back over.
Okay.
I still see your picture there, but I'll wait until you've actually brought something up.
Yes, I'm trying, but sometimes I don't know where I go, you know, just disappeared things.
Yeah, I have the same issues. There's a lot of
It's very
internals.
interesting.
Okay,
Yeah.
are you ready to share?
Yes, I would like to share, but
Go right ahead. I have your screen. I
Yeah.
just don't have it there because your picture is on it, and we want to not put people's pictures as little as possible in our meetings, as I understand.
Mhm.
So we'll wait for you to come. Jason says, zoom in on those amino acids and see the universe. It looks
Look
like
at
you have,
this.
okay, here we go. It looks like you have a whole family in there, but you said they're constantly changing. So
Yes,
there's
they are.
a lot of
They are.
dynamic movement, yes?
Yes. You know, can you see this?
Yes.
These are the connections that I have made, you know, just make it two, let me say, star formation from the left and right side of brain, and then the big cross, connected them. And I've been changing. I have already made a different, I put a 9 coils, nano-coated coils in the middle just to give more energy to this. And they are creating different fields. You know this Cooper on this? Hello, Mark?
Yes, yes, Jefferson. You said something about copper.
Yes, the copper. I just made this connection that Jalal has give us the hint how to do this. And I made this, and this Cooper is just to breathe the bubble from the middle, where is the energy and the 3 plasmatic fields from the destination of this planet, the destination where we were going to go, and the soul of physicality and the soul of man.
And you said this tube here, this plastic tube that you have coming out of it, that's for the bubbles? What did you say that was for?
Yes.
Catch them.
I just put it this because you can brief it, because nobody says about the energy and the plasmatic fields of the soul of the gases. Because the gases, we don't talk about the gases, but the gases, we are eating them. The same way we are eating the vertical and the horizontal people.
Okay.
So why don't you, you know.
Maybe Leanna would like to comment on this. I think Mr. Kesh just dropped out. I don't know what happened there. But maybe Leanna and Jed, who's also made this cup as well, she may have some thoughts on it.
Yeah, just my view, no? You know, it's my view how to do the connection. The problem is the connection. But I think this made myself feel more stable and comfortable and understand different fields more, not so confusing the way it was before I put some connections, you know. It was open. but it was, let's say, a very puzzle. After I made this connection, the things got a little bit clearer.
Yeah, I understand. Let's see what
You
Leanna
understand?
has to say. I think she had her
Okay.
mic open for a moment. Thank you. Leave it up on the screen.
Sure.
Dan, can you not draw on his picture for a moment? Thank you.
Yeah, but that is the way that she was doing. Yes. I made this. The left side with the right side with the connections, because you have some a copper and zinc in different configurations to pull and pull. They are connecting in all of these connection fields, just to teach them how they should work. And after that, you can disconnect everything because they know what they should work according to what you did. I don't know if I'm clear what I'm saying. I don't know.
Leanna, is there any comments you'd like to make? Perhaps observations?
Sure. No, I do. Hold on, just sorry. I was going to pull up a picture too to share. I think the Cup of Universe is really unique and we all have so much to learn. I was actually like feeling like I wished another knowledge seeker would share about their Cup of Universe to see like how other people have been doing it and what their experience has been and stuff. We shared ours in one of the Brazilian workshops a while back, but we went with floating electrodes, and I can share pictures and to show how it's done. But I was actually looking for one specific picture because one interesting thing, like we have free floating electrodes in one. Jed pretty much built it, but we both put our energy and thoughts into it. I would say our whole family is affected by it and has a connection with it. Like, oh, well, for instance, the night that we made, here, you guys want to see? I'll show you. Let's see.
Yes, and I think Steph has a
Can I-
comment as well. She'd like to share. I can share with a surprise, she said. No problem. Let's just wait till Leanna finishes and with.
Yeah, where I have to share is I haven't shared any. Also, I don't know how to share. Is it the green button or?
Yes,
do I
you,
get into? Okay.
you need the picture up there and then press the share screen and then click the little boxes for video and audio and then hit share and it should show us. But let's let.
Okay, first.
Is mine
when
up at the moment?
Excuse
first,
me?
when she's over. Okay.
Yeah.
Later.
Okay, so this is just this is an image of the Cup of Universe, but you can see all the electrodes are free floating.
Mhm.
They are like miniature and they move around. But one interesting thing that we noticed that happened is, well, the first time Jed made it, and he mixed all the salts and everything and put them in there, and then we used a lot of cell salts, and it felt like too much calcium, honestly. So he had like put it in. He took the electrodes out, put the waters in the blender, and I was like, oh my gosh, please don't do that. I was like, I would never do that, but he's like, no, why not? It's no big deal. And I remember feeling so like lightheaded. I had to sit down. I was like, whoa. And then there was like a whirlwind of events that happened in life after that, but the cup was rebuilt with like fresh water. What did you do? You put fresh water in and kind of like cleaned it out, revamped the cup a little bit and brought it back to life. And then, so that's at this stage now, it doesn't have all those cell salts from the first go. Anywho, we noticed like whenever one electrode sinks to the bottom, we have a really, really hard day. And it happened twice now where we were like, whoa, like, is that a coincidence? I don't know. So the last time, like injuries, arguments, mishaps, like really, really hard day when one of the electrodes sinks. And then we'll notice even like the zinc, certain electrodes, they'll just go horizontal for a little while and then they'll return back to vertical. So they move and orient themselves, and I'm not sure exactly what it's telling us, but
You mean they flip
for
on
sure
their
we have
side?
they do, and then they reposition themselves flat. And so here's like, you know, one configuration that the electrodes would take. Well, that's another. Or like this configuration. They're always moving around, and this is what the electrodes looked like before they were put into the saltwater solution. So they're really tiny, and those are pieces of bamboo that was burned and then dipped in beeswax. So I don't know, I figured I would share here too, and just
So
because
the
the Cup of Universe came up and you asked about it. So
Mhm.
basically, yeah, our electrodes have no connections. Oh, do you want to share about your connection? I know he's
and
like, don't grow me in the share.
wouldn't the bamboo float and the wax floats? I wonder what forces it to go down. Is it getting waterlogged?
It's like
Yeah,
energetic.
probably getting waterlogged. I think sometimes they get waterlogged, and then I have to maybe add more new wax coating to it. But I try to make it with no physical connections, but with kind of a transmitter receiver mind state of having the matter state electrodes with a clockwise winding, and at the top a little clockwise spiral, and the equal number of turns counterclockwise spirals on the nano coated ones.
So they're like little transmitter receivers based on the direction of the spiral. At least that was the idea. So
They
I
look
will
like
say the
about
night that
the they look like about the size of a tea candle. Or
a
are
little
they
smaller,
bigger?
smaller than that. They're pretty small, like the width of your thumb or something, maybe. They're pretty small. But the night that the first night of the Cup of Universe, or really shortly after that, our 4-year-old daughter like controlled her body temperature from being really cold to making herself warm up to hot, just like through willpower instantaneously. And she was so hot, she felt like she had a fever. And then I was like, cool it down. That's crazy. You could do that. Like bring yourself back to a cool temperature. Then she actually brought herself back down too cold again, and then brought herself to like a warm, comfortable temperature. And it was really just kind of interesting and amazing. Like, oh my gosh, our kids are getting superpowers. Like the fields are so strong that, you know, it's affecting our kids. Of course, like we're still dealing with typical toddler behavior, and like our systems are feeding us. I would say the main thing that we eat for is like emotion now, but I would say that for sure the Cup of Universe, we only made one 5-cup stacker for the plants, the vertical 5-cup stacker, the Cup of Man, all those things really they feed us. We notice it for sure. So I don't know, I would just encourage everyone to try to come up with their own design, their, you know, what connections or no connections, and see what happens. It's been really interesting for us, and I feel like we can use it to assess our own minds and each other's. It's like a tool. I don't know. It's a tool that connects us, and it's also like a teacher. Feels like it feels like an elder. All the Gantz cups feel like teachers, you know. So
Did your
that's it.
daughter feel like she was connecting to this specific cup and giving her ability, or was she not making the connection?
She had no idea really
Okay.
that, you know, that the cup was affecting her. She's only 4, you know, and
Mhm.
we didn't really make a big deal out of it. But even last year, that when we poured the water into the Cup of Man, I can show you the Cup of Man that we made. It was actually, hold on, I'm gonna take off screen share and talk about this really quick.
Okay, and I'm wondering if Jed would like to comment on Jefferson's Cup of Universe once we go back to it.
Did you say anything?
It looks beautiful. I love
Leanna-
the breathing part because I do that too.
Mhm. We're just seeing your picture. I'm going to move it off the screen until you share again, or are you done sharing?
I'm trying to pull it up. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
yeah,
I just didn't
no,
want
they
to bring you
just,
guys through all of
yeah,
my
no, it's okay.
navigating.
They just don't want pictures so much shown on, if we can avoid it, I suppose.
I understand. I can put it on I can put it back to a screen share.
No, as soon as you go
no.
on to screen share, I'll bring it right back on the viewing screen. I just moved it over to the
Oh,
other
okay, great.
screen.
Okay, I'm just going onto our Instagram where I have a lot of our science experiments. But when we had made the Cup of Man last year, we did something that wasn't actually taught. It was like a twin Cup of Man, and with the intention of being pretty much for our whole family. And I will show now. I can share screen. And so this cup was really special. Whenever the pieces were just sitting on the counter before the waters got poured, you could even feel the energy like coming off of them. They had a really strong energy. And then our son, who was really quite young, right as soon as the waters were poured, he had never done this before. He just started singing a beautiful song. He was like just a year old, I guess. He was like a year old, and he just like he sang for a good long while, the first time we'd ever heard him sing a song. So the idea with this was to have the physicality surrounded by the soul, and then to have a lot of potential differences between the cups to create a biggest
Field
possible field flow, you know, potential for interaction of fields. And you can see here the waters, my Wi-Fi is fast enough. You can see the amino acids floating on the surface of the
Yes,
water rotating.
yes.
And that was on a time lapse. It wasn't going that fast. It's just a little time lapse I took on my phone of it. And then the other cup, it did the same thing, and they would move in opposite directions of one another. And then at sunset, or no, maybe like 10 o'clock at night, or at some point in the night, they would both change direction. Both of the waters would start moving in their own direction. Or I'm sorry, not their own direction, but the opposite direction of what they had just been doing. And it was just like really interesting watching that happen. But of course, like now it's just evaporated in our shed. But the night that this system was made, or the morning, I guess, when after it had been running for one night, our daughter came out of the room and she's like, Mom and Dad, I'm gonna not be mean to my brother anymore. I'm gonna share my toys. I'm gonna be good. I'm gonna do what you say. She had like this whole like conviction of
Wow.
I don't know, all the things that she could do better. And for us too, like we felt like, wow, there's like a loving parent like in our minds now working with us. And I don't even know really what the point of
think
sharing
we-
all this is, except to say that
Yes,
the systems are
beautiful.
beautiful and they're powerful and they can impact the whole family. And I hope that we can figure out how to use different homemade systems to impact the whole world, you know, like to be able to like feed the people in Palestine, or feed you know, the prisoners, like to give energy to the prisoners on hunger strike. I wish I understood how to tap into these systems for higher levels of impact, but you know, we're just going to keep trying to understand
Yes,
and you know, just roll with it. So that's it for now.
wonderful. Jed, would you like to show or comment on Jefferson's? Jefferson, would you put yours back up for a moment? And I know we're already past midnight, almost 12:30 in Europe. So we do want to probably end this meeting shortly. I'd like to play the horizontal unit, which a video that Ed has created. And of course, the disclaimer, and then we will end the meeting. Jefferson, is there, would you like to put that back up and see if Jed would
Mark,
like?
no, you can make it next week.
Okay.
No.
Very well.
Next week will be very, very, very fine.
Thank you for sharing. We've only seen a few
oh.
of these. I think Armin has shown something, or at least a drawing. And now we saw, well, we've seen Leanna's before and Jed's, and now we've seen yours. So thank you for sharing. Okay, let's see.
You're welcome.
We can do this. Any comments from anyone in the participants list? What I'm going to do here is just play this beautiful short video that Ed has created for us. Has nice effects, and it adds to more of the understanding of the horizontal unit, let's say, because Mr. Kesh wants us to understand these units quite a bit more than we do. There's so much more to them than meets the eye, let's say. So let me share this, and then we'll go right into it. I will play the final disclaimer after this. Go ahead. Did you want to say something?
Yeah, yes. I would like to post the last picture for today.
Okay.
Is it possible?
Yes. If everyone leaves, you and I will still be here, so no problem. Somewhere I've seen this before.
And so, this is the way the universe works. So I'd like to bring it to the last final.
And
it's
this
magnetic, gravitational, and just your intention, your emotions, your love and care. You can make it the difference to the 7 billion people.
It's all about pushing and pulling, huh?
Yeah, you see, it's so simple. If you try to understand what's going on, it seems to be difficult, but it's so beautiful. That's amazing. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for sharing. And we're all going to be sharing more and more, whether it's with the things we've created or just sharing from our soul, which is just as important, and it's easily accessible. Okay, let me play this video from Ed, and we want to
The new Horizontal Enhancement Spaceship Unit. Plasma space technology that allows you to work with the fields of the universe. By creating a wide range of plasma field interactions and conditions, it allows the body to process itself from any physical or emotional imbalance. Once this balanced condition is achieved, the soul and the emotion of the man can follow to find their balance, elevating the whole of the man. The new Horizontal Enhancement Spaceship Unit. Technology of the future through advanced plasma knowledge.
The new, what we call the horizontal system. This is a breakthrough for the world of science and technology, where we can hold the soul and the physicality of the man in the same condition and operation for decades. We have the capability and the knowledge to hold on to the soul, but elevate the soul of the physicality till an illness has been processed by the two together. You can walk in with all sorts of conditions which are unthinkable today to overcome, and within hours and days you walk away with no condition. The new horizontal enhancement unit in conjunction embedded in a universal enhancement unit, creates conditions which man, the man of science and technology have never known. It creates a new condition that allows man to break through all barriers, all conditions, all plasma conditions, which now has created crisis around the world, can, and within the interaction of the two systems together, create conditions that man will be from every condition of what we call collection of the fields of the plasmas in the universe. You walk on the surface of a planet, you absorb energy-packed plasmas, which can endanger the life. You walk into the what we call horizontal system within a universal enhancement unit, and within minutes, the balance of the fields completely allowing a new dimension and a new, what we call field transformation. In a way, if you look at this system, if you see and understand, at the moment today, we imprison our people because of their mental condition. Within minutes, within these systems, we can reach not only the soul of the man, but the conduct of the physicality of the man, which connects to the soul of the man. The application and implication of the new horizontal system is beyond imagination. If you remember years ago, months ago, I explained that in the universe we have no prisons, no one misconducts, because man in the process of life will be put into these systems and you will see the change. There'll be no addiction. Those who are addicted to cocaine and heroin and the rest of it, within minutes in these systems will overcome the desire. The introduction of these systems brings a total radical change in the world of science and technology. It's not a theory. Some of these systems have already been tested and they show their effectiveness. They show their work. In a way, we change the prisons. We change sentencing to people to life in boxes, to enhancing their soul, their physicality, and within minutes, within days, they shall become a perfect man. These are not dreams anymore. These are the realities, systems, technologies, which is available to man. It's the responsibility of the governments to promote and deliver these to the prison cells, to change and close the square boxes where we put many people for years without knowing why and what's the reason. This brings a closure to mental institutes where there is no need for man to be locked up when the level of the understanding of the soul of physicality and the soul of the man does not create the balance. This technology, introduction of the new horizontal and vertical system, is a major breakthrough in the work of the Keshe Foundation and in the time to come. We introduce to you today a massive, major breakthrough, which many of you have been waiting for, and as of next year is available to all of us.
Another very touching, beautiful, beautifully composed video. Thank you so much, Ed. And I'm sure this will get played countless times because the mental institutions and the prisons and so on, and even with the prisons that are created in our own mind and thoughts, like with the veterans and so on. Thank you very much for another beautiful work. And you can all contribute. Join our USKF TV and we'll show you how, or you'll be able to add a little bit more to the knowledge and to the creation and what we're working on. Steph, I don't want you to think we've forgotten about you. I noticed Doug said there you can show your surprise in Rick's KPRG later today, but it's actually 7 a.m. on Wednesday, CET time. 7 a.m. Wednesday, CET time, the plasma reactor group gets underway. And Rick would be more than happy to allow you to show your work. If you're still with us, Steph. She may not be. Thanks for the try, Doug, but I think we missed her. She's gone. Okay, I'm going to play the final disc. Go ahead. If anyone knows.
Yeah. Mark, I was just going to say she left before I could get the message up, but anyway.
All right, if anyone knows Stephanie or we can find her, let's, maybe you could, Doug, if she's, I don't know if she's a private student or not, but she does go to some of the meetings, I think, in Europe. So maybe we can find her or get a message to her if she'd like to show, but I also sent her a message that she can show it next week without a problem. Okay. So let's, I want to thank you all for joining and giving of your time and giving of your souls today. As you can see, this is where we're moving, and this is what the Keshe Foundation is doing. He said today that we're going to set up one of these processing systems in every capital city of every nation. So it'll be very, very close to the leadership. And of course, we know the fields of the unit will expand and go out and do some work. So thank you all for joining today. Have a wonderful evening, night, morning. I was going to ask Jalal if he would want to put in anything about his Deciphering Knowledge Seekers workshops, which is open to any private student of the Keshe Foundation. And if you're not a private student and you'd like to be, you can apply on the website. So thank you all again. Have a wonderful rest of your day, evening or morning, wherever you may be. I'll play the final disclaimer and then we'll end the meeting. Anyone else need to add anything else at this point?
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.